I'm Peter from the Daily Rios.
I'm Eric from Longbox Review, live from the CGS studios. This is episode 50 of Peter and Eric's Legion Project podcast. Hello and welcome to the Legion Project podcast. I am your host, Eric.
And I'm Peter.
And we are here to discuss the landmark 50th issue of the third volume of the Legion of Superheroes, the last part of the conspiracy arc. We'll also spotlight more characters and who's, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Join us for Life and Death and the End of Time.
Oh, wow. How monumental.
Yes.
Yeah, we are live, Eric.
In person.
Sitting across from each other. We're actually recording. I keep forgetting we're on camera.
Oh, right.
Live here at Comic Geek Speak Studio because this is the weekend of the 20th anniversary live event, which Eric made his way.
I did. I could not miss this.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And then as you thought of this opportunity, this idea for us to come here and record this bit of episode 50.
Just a little bit. We're just going to do like some of the preamble, if not all of the preamble, and then we're going to go back to our regular format of talking over Zoom to do the actual meat, issue 50 and anything that comes out after. But we thought, let's not pass up this opportunity. We're here. It's a monumental episode 50. It's also the 20th anniversary CGS. You were at the 10th anniversary. That means you're going to have to be at the 30th anniversary.
I will be. I'll book my ticket today.
Amazing. So, yeah, we had to do this. We did several test runs on these mics because, you know, it's a little bit of a janky way it's put together, but hopefully this all works and I can do some editing in the back, end. But our first time ever in any podcast situation talking side by side.
In person, in real life, as they say.
Which you really can't beat. I mean, love the Zoom thing. We do it on CGS, obviously. Mm-hmm. But there's nothing we can see when we want to interrupt. We can make faces at each other. We're here. We can, it really is. We could not pass up this opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully, we teased it last episode. Hopefully, it is special, and it's special for us, and maybe hopefully it's special for the listeners.
Yeah. It's really special for us, but who knows?
Who knows? So, apologies for the mic situation. If somebody's loud or somebody's soft, I'll try to fix it as much as
you're a wizard at this stuff, Peter. So.
Oh, sure. Thoughts about quick thought. This is actually to pull the curtain back. This is the first time probably anybody's talked about the live event itself. We don't have to go too deep because that's not what the show's about. But what are your thoughts?
Amazing. Those who were not able to attend, I'm sorry because you missed out on a hell of an experience as a fan of CGS as I have been since 2006, early 2006.
Kane.
Yeah. Kane with a Q on the forums. Although I wasn't much of a poster, but I listened to every episode since then, and getting to be here and talk with everybody, not just Peter and the CGS crew, which is amazing in and of itself, but these people that I've never met before. I don't even know if I've interacted with any of them online, other than Mike Atchison, of course.
Sure.
So it's just amazing to talk to these people and hear their stories, and just interact with them in those ways. I told Shane this earlier. I think you were off talking to somebody else at Golden Eagle Comics, where we just came from. Mm-hmm. That it it really did kind of fill my spirit.
Awesome.
Having this communal experience with everybody that came to the 20th anniversary event. So thank you. Thank everybody else involved with this. Just if there is a 30th anniversary, I highly encourage everybody out there who are fans of the show to come and experience that like I did. So.
And thank you for being part of the community, and that's what makes it all worth it. So
yeah,
you mentioned Golden Eagle. I should have brought in the issues that I purchased at Golden Eagle. I bought like 3 or 4 Superboy and the Legion that I was missing, and we almost came to blows over some Secret Origin issues featuring the Legion, and found out I didn't need any of them. So,
which is
I was just getting out so aggression, I think.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. I did need one of those, so it turned out very much in my favor.
Good. Yeah. Okay. So, as we said, there's a perfect opportunity. We have a few topics. This is episode 50. It's our own anniversary in terms of numbers, right? And the Legion anniversary, obviously. Our very first episode was September 4th, 2017. We're coming up on 8 years. So that'll be its own anniversary. But in terms of the books we're reading, every episode number correlates to an issue number. So we will be discussing episode 50. I don't have any of my notes here. It's like you said, it's the big wrap up of the conspiracy story. I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to these last 13 plus issues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just one more annual, right? So it's 14 total issues for volume 3.
Yeah. Wow.
It's only taken us 8 years to get to this point. So maybe in a couple of years we'll be done with these.
We'll be done. Yeah, because we have a lot of plans of some other Tales spin-off episodes that we want to do. We want to make this last hurrah really fun. So, all right, episode 50. We have some topics. Let's talk about Legion currently popping up in current DC All-In issues. You want to start with the Superman thing?
All right, yeah.
I don't have to go too deep, obviously.
Yeah, I've only read a few of these, so but I thought I'd get Peter's opinion about this, and I'm curious what other people think about it too, because I've only read a few of the Superman All-In issues. I think I read 23 last, but in one of those issues, it was revealed there was appearance of the Time Trapper, which at first I was like, oh, that's really cool, and then they revealed, at least ostensibly revealed, who the Time Trapper is in one of those issues. Are we going to spoil it? We probably have to spoil it, because I want to ask you the question, right?
Yeah. Let's just go ahead.
All right. Time Trapper is revealed to be Doomsday. I believe a future Doomsday. And I'm like, what the hell is that all about?
To be fair, it's a time trapper in my mind.
Okay.
Right?
Not necessarily the, because we've had other
so many.
And there's a reveal about the Time Trapper in, I believe, the next volume of the Legion of Superheroes. That really bothered me too.
Several
were there
reveals. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In an odd sort of way.
Okay.
And then there's a reveal later in Legion of Three Worlds, and then there's a reveal in 0 Hour, and there's a reveal in what's the other one I'm thinking, or what am I thinking of? I don't know. There's
well,
it's the Time Trapper.
Yeah, but given all all the changes in the DC universe, everything counts now, right? That's all in. So I'm just going to roll with it. But I thought, that's a choice. Doomsday as Time Trapper, right? So it's we'll see how it goes. And Peter did tease a little bit with me about which issue were you referring to?
Another Superman, a more recent Superman issue.
Okay.
We talked about this. DC All-In Special introduced the Evil Legion, right? Under Darkseid's control. They're calling it the Omega Legion, right? Did you see that?
I saw that term being used for the first time in an article about something else we're going to talk about. Yeah. I just referred to them as the Dark Legion in my head.
Yeah.
When I saw that in the All-In Special.
Right. Right. So, yeah, obviously something's a brewing. This is the 90th year of DC Comics. And if they have to do some kind of event anniversary, if they, it's going to involve the Absolute Universe, because we're already seeing teases for Free Comic Book Day of like a mystery person, behind the Absolute Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. And my theory is it's the Absolute Monitor, but I don't know. Because DC just went through so many continuity changes, they can't do it in the Prime DC universe. That would be stupid. But they could still have some kind of event, even if it's not multiverse, even if it's not rebooting or earth shattering.
Please God, no.
Yeah. I don't know. I hope
I wish I know why they do it and all that stuff.
I know.
But I wish they'd kind of retire that for a long time.
Yeah, because between Dawn of DC and DC All In, their ducks are in a row. They're great. Yeah. Perfect. Leave it alone.
Exactly.
We're good, So this whole Dark Legion thing. Yeah, I mean, when we did an episode on the Time Trapper, I went through that deep dive that Mike Atchison likes to remind us of the Time Trapper, and it being based on a story that Edmund Hamilton wrote way, 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 way back, and this whole idea of the last man at the end of time, or the last person at the end of time, which, when the whole Doomsday thing came about, I said, yeah, you just use Time Trapper as any alternate. It could be in some other superhero comic. It can be whoever they need it for that person. You could have an unlimited, absolute Time Trapper for whatever your needs be, because it doesn't matter. The future is the future.
Right. And I remember in the Great Darkness saga, we saw a Time Trapper, which we thought was the Time Trapper, and it was revealed to be a controller. Is that right? Which blew my mind then. And now I'm thinking about, to me, that's what Doomsday is as Time Trapper. And that's what this other character in 5 years later was in the overall, it's not the multiverse now, right? It's not Omniverse. What do they call it? Mega? I don't know what it is, but whatever the DC multiverse thing is these days.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. So we'll keep following that. And yeah, there isn't a Mega Legion tease out there. I was curious where they were going to show up, and they're showing up in the main DC universe. So,
I did not realize that.
So I'll leave it at that.
Holy moly!
Right. So it's like, what? And which I guess leads us to the next big. Let's do the big one, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You kick it off, because you sent this to me as a text early morning before. Was it this morning?
Yeah, it was this morning.
Yeah, and I threw my phone against the wall.
All right. So I saw this morning. Was it posted today? It was actually posted Saturday. So that's yesterday as we record this, right?
Yeah. Today's Sunday, March 30th.
This is from the Popverse website. I'll just read the headline. DC is reviving Legion of Superheroes, quote, soon, says DC architect and former writer Mark Waid. No, not the Omega Legion. Yeah. Further, he says, I don't think I need to read the whole thing, but he promises a Legion of Superheroes, quote, everyone will embrace real soon, from DC Comics. Everyone will embrace, Peter. You're shaking your head. I don't understand. What's going on?
Just...
What are you thinking?
I'm on record. I don't know on here and elsewhere. Mark Waid has had his hands involved with the Legion for a long time as an editor, as a writer. Does it need to be fresh and new with someone else? However, this is the thing I've held on to before we started recording. I really like what Mark Waid has been doing in the DC universe right now. His World's Finest is amazing. His Justice League run is fun. I liked parts of Event Leviathan. I really liked Batman versus Robin. The World's Finest brand is awesome.
Yeah.
It's like pre-crisis DC, spun with a modern vision.
Exactly.
My thing, I think I might have said on a previous episode was, okay, then do World's Finest Legion of Superheroes by Mark Waid, told in the height of who they are. And he references a few issues that he feels are like
the Adventure Comics ones.
Yeah, the ones that he's like, this is what my Legion has always been based on, right? And
369 and 370 is, quote, a blueprint for everything I write.
Everything I write Legion or everything I write?
That's all it says right here.
I'm going to assume Legion, right? Like, I think, since it's a Legion article, which to me then goes, okay, write World's Finest Legion of Superheroes. I'm all for that.
I would buy that in a heartbeat.
And then you can have your Omega Legion and you can have your this Legion. It's kind of curious they're calling it the Omega Legion, right? Because in the 5 years later, Keith Giffen wanted to spin off the adult Legion and call them the Omega Men.
Oh, I think I maybe knew that.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much more to spoil anything about 5 years later, but yeah, that was they were going to be rebranded as the new Omega Men. So this being the Omega Legion has multiple levels, So if he's doing that, I'm all for it. If he's writing a new Legion with a version of the team that he thinks we're all going to like, no matter where we started from.
That's the thing. The whole embrace. People will embrace this, what they like about the Legion or this Legion or whatever. During the Lightning Saga, they did the same thing. They brought back, quote unquote, the Legion, while, coincidentally enough, Mark Waid's rebooted Legion?
Reboot?
Yeah. Was out, and he apparently, according to interviews I've read, he was blindsided by this.
Yeah,
and even though I was happy to see, again, my Legion back in the Lightning Saga, it always felt kind of wrong to me that they were doing that, because you don't just go back to the well; you have to do it differently, and they were already doing it differently with the 3-boot Legion. So I'm a little leery about this. Regardless, I'm less concerned about Mark Waid being directly involved in like writing the book or something. But like I said, I totally agree with you. If they do a World's Finest Legion, that's the way to go.
Did you finish the Justice Society of America title?
I did.
And who shows up there?
I don't remember.
The Legion.
Oh, right.
Yeah. The Legion you're talking about.
Yes. Well, ostensibly.
Yeah, because, Yira was there and, right? Like, they look like the Gary Frank versions. And,
oh, yes. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bad memory.
That's okay. That's all right. So it's like.
Yeah. They already did it. What the heck?
But that, again, is a Jeff Johns book.
Yeah.
So we have these two factions at DC trying to.
Yes. Well, but Johns is gone.
Well,
right?
That's true. That's true. Maybe that's why this is happening. Wade's like, haha,
I got the keys back.
Win. Give me that clubhouse.
We're going back to the rocket ship clubhouse now.
Oh my God. Yeah, mixed emotions.
Yes.
Mixed emotions is all I can say.
Yeah. I'm trepidatious, cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
As they say.
Yeah, we were talking even at Golden Eagle. Charlito was who just wasn't a fan. He's a huge Legion of Superheroes. He wrote into us early on in our podcasting year, and he read the Bendis run and just was not a fan.
Yeah,
had very harsh words for it, and we certainly did episodes on it, and we have our opinions, and. I told him my idea of when they were doing the publicity for it, it seemed like Bendis had a twist that was coming. And I remember in my brain, I was thinking, what if this is a future Legion, just like maybe a couple hundred years, and they just found a book or an old computer and talked about, a time when there was a Legion with Saturn Girl and Cosmic Boy and Bouncing Boy and Polar Boy. So then a group of kids found it and just like almost like cosplayers just said, well, I'll be the new Sun Boy, right? But maybe they didn't even have Sun Boy's powers. Maybe they had Matter Eater lads, but they were like, I just like the name Sun Boy, right? But what can you do? Oh, I eat things. Well, that's not, oh, who cares? I want to be Sun Boy, you know? Like kids who play cowboys and who like, want to be astronauts and want, like they just, and they want to be astronauts, but yet they dig under the earth, right? Like, it doesn't matter to them, right? The name doesn't matter. They just play, right? What if so then they go up against a villain who's like an ice being, and then the ice being is like, oh, you're an ice being too? And well, you're Polar Boy. Well, let's see who's better. But meanwhile, Polar Boy's shooting sun out of his hands. So I thought that's what Bendis was going to do, like a clubhouse, and then they would all like die, and then the real Legion would have to come and slowly get back together to solve their mystery. I had this whole thing planned.
You really thought about this?
That's not what we got.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Well, but what I love about that idea is that the Legion are the Legionnaires are the inspiration for this other Legion.
Yeah.
So you cut out the whole Superboy thing, even though I love that, and you don't have to worry about that connection. And as we've been talking about in this conspiracy arc, that whole and the death of Superboy in issue 38. Everything changed when they merged the DC universe, and they had to come up with the Pocket universe and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
To get around it,
right? And
now that you wouldn't have to do anything with that. It would just be continuing the legacy of the Legion with these new characters, and I just like this not even take the identities over like you were saying, but just come make a new Legion. And do new things, go new places.
Next generation.
That's right. The Legion of superheroes, the next generation.
Yeah.
Put that on a masthead.
Okay. Well, all we can do is wait and see.
Yeah.
And hope for the best.
I know. It's like once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah.
How many times have Charlito and I talked about this too when we were Golden Eagle a little bit? It's like how many times have we gotten bit by a rebooted Legion and all this stuff? So, yeah, this is the Legion. I agree. The Legion. I agree with some comments made by creators over the years and fans, but the Legion's hard to crack.
Yeah.
They got it once really well, maybe twice, and every time they try to redo the Legion, it just doesn't seem to work out very well or for very long. Which I have some trivia questions for you related to that later.
Cool. Okay. That's great. All right. Like I said, all we can do is wait, see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited for DC right now.
Oh, yeah.
So I believe that they could do well by it.
But again, if it's just retreading old ground, no thank you. So, yeah, we'll see.
All right. Next thing we're going to do is I wanted to take the moment to celebrate the Legion Project podcast. This is episode 50. And the way I wanted to do that, I teased Eric this, or I actually mentioned it off mic, was I went back to the beginning of our podcast. Only got up to, I wanted to do at least 25, but I got up to 14 episodes just because, I wasn't listening to it every day. I would listen while I was driving and then take notes while I was driving. It was not very smart. As a way to look back to see, I didn't know what, but as I started listening, I started to get ideas because there were things that we said in those early episodes. I wonder how we feel about certain things now, 50 episodes, 50 issues later, right? As we're almost ready to wrap up. So I'm going to go through a few things. Some might be longer topics than others. Some are just sort of factoids. Hopefully I don't steal any of your trivia stuff. So way back in the Legion Project #1, Eric said that he had started to read the Showcase Presents collections of the Legion. So Eric, how far have you gotten in that reading?
Not very.
8 years, Eric.
I know. Did I really say that?
That's what you said.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's always been my intention. And in fact, when you first approached me about doing the Legion project, I fully intended to start with Adventure 247 and just read through. And I did not. I did not do that. I've just been, as we discuss certain things that come up that relate to adventure, like any issue, really, any early issue of the Legion, I will go back and read that issue. But no, not sequentially, not, first appearance on. So
Right.
Oops, I've already failed.
Oops. All right. Here's another deeper question from episode 1. We were already saying this in issue number 1. The idea of the adultness or maturation of the Legion in this volume and the tone as well. How do you think that has that kept going since those first 5 issues, or issue 1, or what do you think about that topic?
I think so. I think it's continued, or at least it's more fully explored, because that first arc is really about reacting to the Legion of Supervillains attack on them, culminating in a very adult situation in terms of what Queen Projectra does to Nemesis Kid. Mm-hmm. So, but what I see less of, I mean, there's still soap opera, right? But what I'm referring to really is like the relationships seem more adult with these characters. The latest, I'll just point out the latest stuff since it's, on my mind, is that confrontation between Dawnstar and Phantom Girl about the situation with Chameleon Boy, right? And Dawnstar's challenging Phantom Girl, and Phantom Girl's like, "Hey, get out of my face," right? And I don't think, I don't know, because I just admitted I haven't read those. I don't think things like that happen before. So I think that they are more, they're treated more like adults rather than, teens from the future type situation.
Sure. I think in some instances that has kept going. Mm-hmm. I also wonder if some of it was Giffen's flavor.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially since what happens in 5 years later, boy, that really takes off. So yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah. I mean, we certainly have gotten stories that are heavier, longer format stories, mysteries, some things that have happened, a lot of crying, which is that's not strange for the Legion, crying, but this is like heavy crying.
Yeah. Well, but also coming from, I think, a much deeper level of emotional maturity.
Sure.
Right? Brainiac 5 experiencing grief at various times about various people. Mm-hmm. I mean, that I think is a very mature thing as compared to, oh, sob, somebody's kissing somebody else, which I'm sure happened in some of those Adventure Comics issues.
All right, cool. Let's keep going. Episode 2. Hopefully this is not one of your trivia questions. Episode 2, we played the music for the first time.
Yeah. I forgot that we didn't have it on the first one.
Yeah. And I have a date here, August 28, 2013.
Oh, boy.
I sent an email to Eric about doing a Legion podcast.
Oh, okay.
So that's how far back that seed was before we did your podcast about Legion.
And you said that before?
Yeah, I guess so. Or was that in reaction to the episode you did?
That was my recollection.
Oh, maybe. You might be right. You might be right.
I will go with whatever you say about timeline. So,
well, maybe we can look up when it was that we did. So so August 28, 2013. I sent the email, and then we'll quick look up eventually when we did that episode. You can do that while I read off a few other factoids here. Legion of Project episode 3. We talked about Legion of Superheroes Annual 3 because that was the I believe it was the curse when Saturn Girl was pregnant, had her child.
Yeah.
And they were blanketing the universe with darkness. It opens with the original Starfinger. So all the way back there, Starfinger was part of our discussion.
Oh, Right. Because wasn't he a pawn of...
Well, he was trying to brainwash Lightning Lad because they were at the same hospital.
Oh, right. Yes.
And then Lightning Lad was, yeah, it's not going to work anymore, dude.
Yeah. That's right. That was a great scene.
Yeah.
But that was that third annual?
That was episode 3. Yeah. The third
episode
annual.
3. Yeah.
Then we jumped to Legion Project number 5, episode 5. I said that we would get to Legion of Three Worlds in 2028. Which could actually come through in a weird way, in a different way than we talked about.
Yeah. But that is so funny.
And then even in Legion Project episode 6, I said we would get to Superman and a Legion by Johns and Frank in 2028. Interesting. In Legion Project episode 5, this might be a question maybe for, I'll save this one for when we wrap up the whole volume, but here's one. So in episode 5, I said Ayla and Vi got turned from C to A listers. We are now 50 issues in. Do we still feel the same?
No.
Okay.
No, I think they have, while they still make appearances in the panels, to me they've kind of faded to the background. But I think that's typical of having such a large cast and Levitz and company wanting to focus on, this character or these characters, right now. The question is, do they come back into the forefront? And I don't think that's going to be the case because of how many issues we have left. But so I think in a lot of ways, some of that character development that we both reacted positively to has been replaced more with more plot driven. Let's move forward with some of these story ideas, and unfortunately, we don't get as much of the characters themselves. Do you disagree?
I think you're right. It goes in and out, and I kind of know something that's coming up that might reverse that.
Okay, good. Well, that's great.
Yeah, but you're right. Especially the current storyline that we've been reading, and because of DC throwing in events like Millennium and the Superboy saga, and I think it pushed a lot of characters to the background. So, Legion Project episode 6 was that issue spotlight on Lightning Lass, and I had an interesting thought. I said, Ayla masquerading as her brother in her earliest appearance, premise for her sexuality later.
Oh,
gender switching in the future is probably not a big deal.
I would think it's probably pretty fluid.
Yeah. Which makes, like in an odd, I was like, in an odd way, could you, not that, I mean, obviously Silver Age stories were all about mysteries and masquerading, but there's something very interesting about a twin that's opposite, but then taking on and then what happens to her later, like you could make an interesting story out of that, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I had a thought, or it could be less about, I'll just say, sexuality and more about the fluidity between her as I'll just say female, and her brother. What that could mean with Nathians. That could be a really interesting story.
Sure. That's awesome. Boy, this is a deep one. Let me come back to that one.
Okay.
From Legion Project episode 10. And you could probably also put this to either issue 12 or 13. Has the book suffered at that time with no Cosmic Boy, but now do you miss having him or any of the Trinity at all? Knowing we have Saturn Girl now, but
right. Well, Cosmic Boy is one of my favorites, as you know. So I miss seeing him. I miss his leadership, so to speak. I oddly don't miss Lightning Lad at all.
Right? Is it because we have Lightning Lass, or is it just it's a character?
I think his character has really suffered. which is odd, but considering that issue 45 was the anniversary of the Legion, and there was a lot focused on him. Legionnaires 3, right? Focused a lot on him as well. And yet, and when I first came into the Legion, he was leader at that time. And there's, I remember scenes of him just kind of going off and stuff. And when he quit being leader, he just resigned. He's kind of presented as a hothead. And he's kind of just like with your first question about Ayla and Vi about fading to the background. Boy, he has, which is unfortunate because he's what do they call him? He's a house dad, right? He's taking care of his children. And that could be an interesting side story, but that's not, I guess maybe we readers at that time, that's not something we would have responded to. I don't know. I would like that, now that I'm much older and have kids and stuff. So
it's also interesting to think about his placement in 5 years later Legion. He's also sort of not at the forefront.
Yeah. What do they have? What's their beef with Lightning Lad then?
So your Legion, our Legion talk on your episode was September 28th, 2016.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we might have done your episode because of maybe as a prep. I don't know what, but
okay. And you said you contacted me about
in 2013.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy, right?
Okay.
Maybe that was like, this is a good way to.
Yeah.
Because we sort of considered
it's
that.
Probably your idea.
I don't know. We'll have to look back at emails, but maybe there was like Legion Project episode 0. We just didn't know it.
Right.
Yeah. And then because that's what it was. I sent the email. We said we were going to read on our own Legion from the beginning so we could get to 5 years later.
That's right.
Then we did that episode, because I had done several of your episodes by that point.
Yeah.
And then after that, I said, Eric, let's do it. Let's stop waiting. We've been sitting how many years? And then that's when we finally decided to do the Baxter run.
That's right. Okay.
And a year later, September of 2017, we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Crazy. Fun journey. Here's a great one, Eric. Legion Project episode 12. On celebrating our first year, Eric says, quote, I'll be retiring by the time we get to the end of this. Little did you know.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if people listen to every episode that comes into my feed. Mm-hmm. And we didn't talk about it on episode 49, did we?
Yes, we did.
Oh, we did. Okay.
We did. Yeah.
Okay. So if they're listening, they know this. Yeah. That is, oh my God. I cannot believe I said that. So what, Peter, when are you going to announce your retirement?
Please, I don't work enough to retire. Legion Project episode 14, with the introduction of the new 5 members, Polar Boy, Magnetic Kid, or Magnetic Lad, whatever the hell his name is. Soon enough, we won't even have to worry about it. Quizlet, Tellus, and Sensor Girl.
Right.
You had a comment. You said, well, maybe one of these new members might become someone's favorite. How has that turned out? Either for you were talking about the audience, the listeners in general.
Right.
But what about for you?
Oh, I mean, I think it's obvious if anybody's been listening along the way, Sensor Girl for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Is there a second favorite, since that's too easy of an answer?
Tellus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But just barely. It's unfortunate that they added those members and then didn't really do anything with them. Quizlet. We talked about the Quizlet issue, or I guess appearance. Issues were dealing with that character, but everybody has been so milquetoast comparatively.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with Saturn Girl back, what does Tellus bring to it other than a potential student? I know he has telepathy, but yeah, when you got people who can fly and have super strength, you don't really need that either.
Yeah. When in the last episode for issue 49, which I thought was a really great discussion, not to pat ourselves on the back, but it is episode 50. I made the comment that I wish Levitz had thought about pitting the new members against the old members,
right?
Because almost all of the new members had a hand in the conspiracy revelation, because Polar Boy is leader, and he's the one who told Tellus to go and suss out what's going on. Sensor Girl's right there, and then I should say Tellus had conversations with Magnetic Kid. What the hell is his name?
I believe it's Kid.
Oh God.
Watch. So Mike's going to tell us we're wrong.
I mean, we both have phones. We can look it up. Yeah, and there was conversation there, right? And that's the whole reason why they then go to Duo Damsel, So, and then Sensor Girl, obviously, huge part of coming to Tellus and Magnetic. Paul, is his name Paul?
Paul, yeah.
Yeah, coming to them, right, and having a conversation before she then confronts so you only needed Quizlet. You only needed Quizlet to have something to do to make that entire new blood be the thing, which I thought would have been an amazing culmination, not only to the story, but to if Paul Levitz would have wrapped up at issue 50.
Oh,
to his wrapping up, that would have been an amazing new thing. So,
yes. Totally agree with that.
Yeah.
When you asked me what my second favorite is, I completely forgot about Polar Boy.
Well, you've been a little sour on him, but yeah. And I have one more. This might be a big one, and I might need to save it for when we wrap up. And it kind of touches back on something I already said. Without the Trinity, is the Legion missing a core? This was from Legion Project 8. We were already talking about this.
Oh, wow.
Did we regain a core later? Do we still feel like a core is missing? Those are my questions. Because of the conversation that we had, I came up with those questions. Now, I'm going to continue on for a second. At this time, I said, we asked who we thought the core was of this entire volume. I said the core was Element Lad, Dream Girl, Wildfire, and Block. But Eric said Element Lad and the Trinity, also maybe Brainiac 5 and Chameleon Boy.
Huh.
And then we also sort of agreed Shrinking Violet and Lightning Lass as they develop. I think we might have some new thoughts about that, but where we are now.
Completely change that answer now.
So while you think about that, here's something you also said. And I think you meant that about the story we're currently reading. I don't think you randomly came up with it. I think you said you even thought perhaps the 4 conspirators could be a core.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wrote here, referencing the story we're currently reading as I'm doing this re-listen.
Wow. Okay.
So even back at issue 8 or episode 8.
Now, so wait, how are you defining core?
Like, I think it came from an email, like the core of the Legion. Who are the members that really are like the heart of the, not the Trinity, but
okay.
Well, if it includes the Trinity,
sure,
but who do you think the core are right now that are, part of this volume, holding the Legion?
Oh,
and I said, I think we might have been talking about the volume as a whole, even though we were only 8 episodes, 8 issues in. I said Element Lad, Dream Girl, Wildfire, and Block. Certainly Element Lad had a big chunk because he was leader.
Right.
Dream Girl because she had a lot of moments. We are pre-Sensor Girl yet, so we didn't really, I guess we didn't include them at that time. And then you said Element Lad in the Trinity, or maybe Brainiac 5. I think Brainy, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would have to now put him as a core.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because he's been in every story we've been reading. He's like the consistent character.
Yes. And I would add Saturn Girl to that.
Yeah.
given what, especially with the Universal Project and now the conspiracy thing.
And she's also the whole reason we had the whole mystery of Sensor Girl in the first place.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Who else?
Well, now Sensor Girl.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Because
yes. I agree with that because, she is, especially now, because she's espousing what, basically, the Legion isn't, what you're doing is anti-Legion. It's not, this is not what the Legion's about. So yeah, that totally makes sense.
And she's been here from the beginning,
right.
with the eye for the eye story. Like,
yeah.
know? Yeah.
Oh boy, that's, yeah.
It's a big question.
You go down a rabbit hole with that one.
I think that's another one we need to come back at the end once we get everything.
Sure.
And then we can look back and really, I think we nail Brainiac 5, absolutely. Saturn Girl, Sensor Girl. It just depends on how many we want to pick. 3, 4, 5, 4 or 5 might be. So
I don't think anybody else at this time.
Okay.
I think those are good. Those are good choices for now.
All right. Well, there you go. A little look back at the Legion Project podcast. I'll try to do it again for maybe, some other episode in the future.
Well, I have some stuff relating to the podcast.
This will be our wrap up. Yes, this will be our wrap up of our preamble.
All right. You mentioned earlier how many episodes. Something to do with episodes. I forget now what it was. And I'm like, I have something for that.
Okay.
But now I don't remember what you said. But anyway, how many, I'll start with this. In which year did we release the most episodes?
I'll say the first year because we were probably really in it by that point.
And the first year was 2017
to 18.
Okay. No. It's actually a tie. But for two different years.
We didn't do any Tales in that first year, so
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
or at least in the first 12, I should say.
Yeah. So 2019 and 2022 both had 11 episodes released, and I'm counting all the Legion Project, Tales, etc. So
11, that's great.
11,
that's a great number for us.
What year had the fewest, the least amount?
Was it the pandemic year?
No.
Oh, I guess because we were bored.
Curiously enough. Yeah.
Let me think about it. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh, 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah. Okay. But that's still not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I was actually kind of surprised though, especially since it was just last year and somehow I was not even thinking that 5 compared to 11 for 2 years, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think most of them. I think we averaged about 8 a year.
Okay.
For the other year.
Other
years.
Sometimes it feels like, and it's it's my fault with the editing and all that, and sometimes it's scheduling.
Right? Yeah.
But it always feels like how many did we do 2 this year? I'm always like that. You said the lowest is 5. I'm like, well, that's great. I thought you were going to say we did 2 or something like that.
Well, considering how long some of these episodes are,
True.
In fact, you said something to someone this weekend about the length of the Legion Project at some point. I don't remember who or what the context of the conversation was. But I did already have this data here. Okay. So what do you think the shortest episode what the length of the shortest episode?
Probably I would say like an hour 35.
Ooh, very close. Yeah. Hour 23.
Which episode?
This is also a tie.
Oh,
and I'm just going by the timestamp that's listed on my podcast feed app. Both Tales, Justice League versus Legion of Superheroes, and the Legion of Superheroes movies.
Makes sense.
Yeah, totally. What is the longest episode?
That has to be
before this one.
Yeah, before this one. I want to say episode 38, the Death of Superboy issue. I'll say that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
How long?
It was over 3 hours.
Right.
Yeah. Because why? Did we do something special on that one?
Oh, I don't remember now. But there were several issues of things that we covered.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Because we had to cover extra chapters from like Action or Superman.
Yeah.
We did at least one, or like we did, or did we do it all?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
I don't think so.
Maybe.
Everybody's listening going, don't they know their own show?
No.
While he's looking at it was actually 3 hours and 48 minutes long.
Oh my God, it was almost 4 hours.
Yes.
Eric.
I know.
Wow.
Didn't feel like it though when we were recording it.
No.
I'm sure it did for you though, because it was so late.
Oh, we covered part 3 and 4.
Oh, there you go.
But we did part 3, then we did some Who's Who, then we did part 4, and that had, because it's just because they both had main discussions.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And part 3, we had a lot to say about, and part 4, we had a lot to say about. But it is the greatest hero of them all. So.
All right. Since we are at issue 50, sorry, episode 50 and issue 50. I was really referring to episode. But anyway, I hope this is a fair question for you. I'm sure you'll know this, but which volume of the Legion of Superheroes reached 50 issues?
Just 50 issues?
Just 50. And ended at 50.
Oh, got it. Okay. I was confused because I was like, Eric, this one.
A lot of them.
Yeah, I was going to say all of them. Which one ended in 50? Was it the Legion? Just the Legion? Or you're not counting that because
I am.
Okay, I'll give you 2 answers. It's either the Legion or the 3-boot Mark Waid volume.
That is it.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to think because Jim Shooter came back,
right.
And I don't have those later issues, a lot of those, so I didn't remember I don't even know. Maybe I don't even think I knew that.
Yeah.
I just sort of guessed that.
Since you mentioned the Legion, though, I kind of because it's not called Legion of Superheroes, right? I'm referring to it as volume 4.5 for our purposes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Episode 50 or issue or 50. 50. The number is 50. Not counting the Bendis Sook volume, which volume had fewer than 50 issues before it ended? Is that right? Did that make sense?
New 52 Legion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Legion of Superheroes.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And it was like 7 in the teens or in the 20s?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but there's 2 volumes. One preceded New 52.
Oh, you're right.
So both volumes, but volume 6 and 7. Even though it's really
one volume.
Thematically,
which one was shorter?
One volume.
I think the New 52 one was shorter.
Yes.
Well, maybe not, because that one
because they relaunched it, and it seemed like it had a short run, and they were canceling it.
Yeah,
and then started over. So, and then there is another one. It's the Legion at 48 issues.
Oh, yeah, but that's definitely longer than the other ones. Yeah. God, they couldn't just do 2 more and get to 50.
Right?
I hate when they do that.
I agree. Totally agree with that. Okay. Got one more question, but I'll let you.
Yep.
Look that up.
So the 2010 was shorter. The pre New 52, because it started in 2010. It was only 16, and then the New 52 was 23.
Okay, I was thinking along those lines, but I could not remember.
Cool.
Actually, the second one went a little bit longer than I thought. I thought it was like 22 or something, but
okay.
Anyway, all right. Final question that I have for you today. What has changed about the Legion for you? Doing this examination that we've been doing now for 50 plus issues.
What has changed about the podcast
your thoughts about the Legion milieu, the characters, the stories, the title,
we talked about this at Golden Eagle with someone. I don't know if it was Mr. Phil or whoever, where they said, do we ever go back to the Legion, the old Legion? And I said, well, we do when we get to connect backwards. We don't just randomly go back. We try to connect a current story to an issue, like the first appearance of Universo or Time Trapper or whatever. And I love doing that. What has changed? Probably that I'm getting more and more educated. Even though I still have a lot to learn, I'm getting more and more educated. That this volume, let me talk about this volume, that this volume is even richer than I thought.
Yeah.
Because I read this as a kid and loved it. And now, and yes, as we freely admit, we love to put more on it than probably there is at times, because we love to make connections. But isn't that what the Legion fans do all the time?
Yeah.
Isn't that why we got some of the elements of 5 years later? Because there are these crazy theories and suppositions that people had about certain characters. And so we're just doing what Legion fans have been doing. And if we're long-winded or too academic, it's because this is how deep we get to talk about it,
And because there's stuff there, or we're bringing our own interpretations of that stuff to it to enrich it.
Yeah.
And enjoy it more. I mean, I'm sure you've read books that, other books as a kid, and then you return to them as you get older, maybe multiple times. And every time you do that, you find something new about it, even though you've read, the plot, the characters, and yet you find something,
right,
some nugget or something that maybe you didn't realize when you were 14, but when you're 30, right? To Kill a Mockingbird is my classic example. I've read that book several times over the years, and every time I read it, I have a deeper appreciation for it.
Right.
So comics are the same thing for me.
Yeah. I mean, we do a podcast and we like to talk about the Legion, right? And it's fun for us. Like we've developed a format, we developed a way to talk about it. And yeah, we probably go on too long about one issue, but we have thoughts to say. They mean something. We're making connections all the way back to issue 1. And then it'll be really interesting reading all 63 issues and annuals. And then if we go back, how are those older stories now? How are they going to read? Because we are going to think forward, right? Like it's what we try not to do when we talk about this book and the 5 years later. We're like, don't jump the timeline, right?
Yes.
But when we go back and read those older ones, isn't it going to be fun to go, oh, look at this. This connects to the Baxter, what we talked about in the Baxter, right? Like even if it's not a direct connection, we can now make those connections, which if we would have started from the very first appearance of the Legion, we could still do that, but only based on what we read. But now we're going to be reading both of us, finally reading the entire Baxter run, because there are issues coming up I have not read. So, if we would have gone back, we would have been like, oh, I wonder if that connects to later things. Well, I don't know. We haven't read it in how many years? Well, now we have. So now we go backwards or forwards, it's going to be even more. So I still love the Legion. I still love this volume for all the faults that it has, and the roller coaster ride of how good and then good and then But I think I always knew that. We talked about the tone of it. I still think it has the same tone. It lives in its own volume, right? Like the Baxter run means something. 5 years later means something. Pre-Baxter run, that's a lot of means somethings, right? Like you got to go, look, what do you do? What are you talking about? The Mike Grell era? Maybe it's like artists. I don't know, the Mike Grell or the Jim Shooter era, right? The writing, and then Paul Levitz comes in or whoever else, I don't know. How do you divide all of that?
Right.
I'm sure hardcore Legion people do, but when you say Baxter run, boom, Universo Project, Superboy, Censor Girl, you got things, so I still love it for what it is. And I think you were talking to Shane at Golden Eagle, and he had purchased 5 years later, years ago, and only in the last several months I was like, he wants to read it, and I'm like, you don't know Legion? Maybe read the volume before. Read the Baxter run.
Yeah.
Just to kind of get a good. It's not going to give you everything, but you'll be more familiar. Ooh, there's my stomach. You'll be more familiar than if you jump into 5 years later.
Oh yeah.
It's almost like, hey, I've never read DC before. What should I read? Go read Crisis. What? No. Hey, I've never read comics before. What should I read? Read Watchmen. No.
Yes. Yeah.
No.
I mean, no.
No, don't. No. So it's not quite to that level, but so yeah, to your question. Yeah, I still love the Legion. I still look forward to it. I still haven't read issue 50 yet. Even though
really?
I released no, I haven't read it. I sort of wait. I wait, until I know we have a date, and then and then I can kind of like, okay, let's get to it. So, what about your answer to that question?
Oh, same in terms of I still love the Legion. In fact, if you before we started doing this, if you would have asked me what my favorite run of comics are, what my favorite comic book concept maybe. I would have said New Teen Titans, right? Mostly for what Wolfman and Perez put on the page, how they develop those characters. I mean, Robin is my freaking favorite character, Dick Grayson, because of that. But talking with you about the Legion, and I know the Legion has always been. In fact, as I'm doing my comics history episodes on my feed, I'm rediscovering when I was introduced to things, and I came to the Legion before the Titans, and so they've been in my life for longer. But it was always Titans Legion, right?
Yeah.
Now it's almost to the point where I'm like, no, Legion. When someone asks me that, the first thing that pops in my head is Legion.
Wow.
And it's because of how we are discussing these issues and what we're discovering and what we're postulating at times, which is I think is a lot of fun when we do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that. I have a great appreciation for what, and we've talked about this before, but what Levitz has done with the female characters and developing them and giving them the forefront. And also I'll just say, I really had to up my podcasting game talking with you because, how much, you think really deeply about these things and you were making these connections and I thought I was pretty good at evaluating a comic book. But like, oh no, I gotta do my homework here. So
what's collaboration?
Yeah.
And we bounce off each other so well.
Yes.
And I think in that original email, my impulse was because I enjoyed listening to you on your solo podcast. And I was like, oh, I bet you we could do a good podcast together. If we have 10 listeners, if we have 100 listeners, if 5, whatever, that doesn't matter. Like we get to cover it the way we have grown to cover it.
Right.
And, it's fun. It's what I love about podcasting, and it's what I love about collaboration and art and all that other stuff.
Yeah. It's like you said, I do my own show. I do a solo podcast for the most part. But it's our conversations, or when I'm talking with another, those collaborating. You know this because you do CGS. There's nothing like interacting with someone and discovering new points of view. Things you just overlooked or you can't see at times until somebody says something, and you've done that with me many times. It's like, wow, I did not read that way, or I glossed over that completely. And so, yeah, you help enrich my reading of these stories.
Yeah.
And I just again, that's why I think, like I said, when someone asked me, Legion is starting to pop up to the top more and more.
That's awesome.
And, it's mostly, I've mostly read volume 2 and volume 3. and The 5 Year Later. I've read all that. A smattering of others, but I certainly have not read the depth and breadth of the Legion across all publishing time. So there's a lot for me to catch up on. Same and here. I can't wait to get to it, but I got all these other things to read too.
Yeah. Sure. Well, good questions. Yeah. Great way. I think that's a great way to celebrate episode 50.
Oh,
definitely. Yeah.
I can't believe I said some of those things that you heard.
It's amazing. It's always great to go back. If you're a podcaster and you don't go back to your old episodes, I think you should. You get some really great. Sure, there's some of us that have like years of. It's hard, but every now and then, just pop one of your old classics on and like go. Did I really say that? Okay, cool. And then make connections and because that's what the listeners do. That's evident this weekend where people are like, "Remember when we, you guys?" And I said, "No, I don't remember that at all." No. So like I said, I'm going to continue through, and by the end of the year, by the end of the volume, I'll have probably more things that I've said or you've said. So,
okay. Since you just said that, I had an interaction on via YouTube because my episodes get posted to YouTube as well, and this person, I think his name was Mike. I was going to look it up, but I don't want to start something in case it starts playing or something. But he was listening to one of the episodes about. Oh man, now I'm going to blank on it. But apparently, I said something on about one of the characters. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
But anyway, he was. Oh nope, I said Mike. It was Robert. Let's see here. He says this is. Oh, he's had listened to our Legion of episode, our Legion of Superheroes Spotlight, that episode 0 that you mentioned, and he said it was the first appearance in action with Supergirl. That's right. That they said they were the children of the Superboy Legion, right? And that's when I'm like. I said I think we addressed that in a later episode, or maybe that episode. You probably said something about it.
I think we did.
He said that. Here we go. This is the thing I was thinking of. Sorry. Duo Damsel had the mad crush on Superboy. She eventually married Bouncing Boy. Yeah. And that's why I said, did I say the wrong person? It was so long ago. I'm sure I probably said like Shadowlands or something.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking of that. When they go to Talak 8.
Yeah.
And this is I think her first appearance. And then she becomes a Legionnaire after that. But yeah, it was like we've done this for so long now, and memory, it's just but it's fun to see, someone interact like that.
Yeah.
And also to keep us honest.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you have to make mistakes. Yeah, not on purpose, but you're going to make mistakes or slip of the tongue, or like calling an issue an episode and calling an episode an issue, or like we're because we freely admit we don't call ourselves Legion experts. I don't want to be an expert on this. I love learning.
Yeah.
I don't want to be dry about my facts, I want to be real about them and discover them in real time, and like these relationships and like, but remember, this person had a crush on it in Adventure. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Right.
All right, I'll get there when I get there, Like, you can only, in script analysis for playwriting, you can only deal with what's on the page. We know how to do that, even if we extrapolate and do other things.
Yeah.
So, in our podcast, we're dealing with the Baxter run. If things counteract that in previous stories, don't mean anything because it's not in this thing unless we make it about that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Same thing with the future, right? Like, we love to play that game, but those books haven't been written yet in the way we're doing our podcast, So, but yeah, reflection, as we're doing now, we're taking time to reflect on our anniversary, is good. It's healthy. It motivates you. It keeps you going. It gives you new ideas. And I always enjoy taking time for an anniversary and saying, let's take a moment, navel gaze a little bit, celebrate, especially if you're dealing with a co-host, a partner, an ensemble. Stop and chit chat. Especially if you're not, if there's no connection prior to you podcasting and you're learning that connection as you which is what we've done, but we also had like a little bit of a connection before. But because then your relationship is only podcast, and you need to grow it. The best ones are ones that where the people really knew each other, and how to bounce ideas off each other and stuff like that. And we just fortunately were able to develop that quickly. And yeah, it's made for a hell of a fun time.
So you originally, when you going back to that email where you were proposing this idea, or I'm sure that was later, but or this was later. You talked about getting together, banging out like 2 to 3 episodes in one sitting. You ever regret that we didn't do that?
No, because once we started doing it, I was like, well, that's not going to happen. No. And again, we don't do it every week.
Right.
If we were doing a weekly podcast or even like 2 a month, I think we would have to.
Oh yeah.
Be briefer.
Sure. But then we lose that, I think, that richness that we have developed talking about it, in 2.5 hour increments, depending.
Yeah. No, it became what it was just going to become. Yeah. Yeah. You can't control those things.
Yeah. My wife, just so you know, maybe I've told you this before. My wife is like, how can you talk about one issue for that long? I'm like, you don't understand comics. or comic fans, I guess I should say.
Yeah. The way our brains work.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Any last words for the preamble?
I would just like to, I think we do this at the end, but up front, I just want to say thank you to the listeners.
Yes.
For listening. Like we were at Golden Eagle and Charlito's. You were talking to Charlito, talking about Legion. I was talking to somebody else, but I was hearing some Legion talk going on, and eventually I was able to come over and say, "What the heck?" And he's like, "Oh, you're the other guy on the Legion project." So, it's just like it's amazing that people are listening. I mean, I think about that all the time about just my show, but there are the Legion fans out there that are craving, or at least appreciating, some content about the Legion and our love for it. I think that's really the thing.
Right.
We're expressing our love for the Legion through this medium, in this way, and they're responding to that.
Yeah.
We get that from the feedback that we've gotten, the conversations that we have, and just you and I, just on a personal level, talking about this stuff. So, thank you everybody for that. And thank you, Peter, for wanting to start this journey with me, and continuing with me on this. So yeah, it's been so much fun.
Yep. Thank you.
I love it.
Yeah. It's a collaboration. Definitely. Couldn't do it without you. So, all right. So this wraps up the preamble. This also will wrap up the live portion of this episode. I know. Whenever we get around to actually recording the meat of the episode, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll figure that out. I know you're traveling and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So, you might be listening to this weeks after this whole event has wrapped up, but the rest of the episode will be us back on Zoom, going right into episode issue 50 and whatever else we have for the rest of the episode. So thank you for indulging us, at least for this first part. It was fun for us to do. I hope it was fun for you to do, Eric.
Oh yeah, this has been fantastic. I'll tell you, this has been a dream of mine, to be in the CGS studio.
Oh, there you go.
And doing this. So
nice.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Dream met.
That's right.
All right, we'll be back for our next part in a little bit.
Hi, I'm Eric, host of the Longbox Review podcast. I love comic books so much that I started Longbox Review to celebrate my love for them and connect with others who share my passion. Each month, I critique the comics I've read and present other topics such as spotlights on specific issues, my comics history, the Legion Project with Peter Rios, where we discuss the Legion of Superheroes, currently Volume 3, and so much more. Additionally, the Longbox Review podcast feed includes The Gutters, my audio journal, and Center Seat, my Star Trek podcast. The Longbox Review website also examines comic books outside of the podcast, such as the series 52, Justice, and others. Please join me as I celebrate nearly 50 years of comic book reading and over 15 years of podcasting. You can visit longboxreview.com for more information. And thanks for listening.
Okay, as promised, 8 months later, we are here to go into our next segment, which is Eric and I are going to talk about issue 50 of Legion of Superheroes here on the big episode 50. So big, woo, like the time trapper, we're going forward and backward and we're connecting this to that, and it's the end of time and beginning of time. So there are some big ideas that they are tossing around in this issue in terms of the nature of the universe, the DC universe, but whatever. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I can't wait to talk about some of this stuff. But I will say, Peter, I feel like I'm in an episode of Newhart, when like at the end of that series where he woke up in bed with the wife of the previous Newhart. I don't know. That makes no sense whatsoever. But for some reason, that was going through my mind as I was thinking about coming back to this after so many months. Yeah. Because we're recording. Oh God. Oh, it's November. Oh, it's almost exactly to the day, isn't it? Oh, I'd have to check.
I think it was. I don't know. But we're really close.
March 20. It was like March 29th, I think. Was or March 30th.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Okay, so we're 2 weeks shy of that, and yeah, wow, it's been an interesting
time. Delay.
Well, this year I'm going to talk about this on the Gutters episode at some point. But it's just like this year has been really crappy in a lot of ways for me personally, but also really great in a lot of ways. And I have been so looking forward to getting back in the saddle, as it were, here talking with you about the Legion of Superheroes.
Okay. So you're
this is one of my happy places, Peter.
You're like Ron Vidar. You've come back. You have new identity. You have new thoughts, new ideas. Meanwhile, I'm like Mon-El by the end of this. Who knows what's going to happen?
You look much better than Mon-El does by the end of this thing. That's for sure.
Yeah, there were a lot of delays, listeners. All of it was just for no reason. Just be the time. It just for what is it? Oh, it's only May. Okay, I'll get to it. Oh, it's only July. I'll get to it. What? So, but we did get the video out. We did get the video part out eventually of the preamble, which we always knew was going to be a separate thing. Now, if you're listening to the audio, you just heard that preamble. That's from, as we mentioned, back in March of 2025 during the CGS 20th anniversary event. Now we're here in November to do the actual meat of the episode. So we're over a half a year older. I'm sure your thoughts have probably changed. I actually only read this issue today.
Oh my God. What?
I always wait until I know we have an actual date to record to read the issue. And I try to give myself usually a few days, but I wound up reading all the chapters of Conspiracy before I read this one, and then read this one, and then took my notes. And so it's like, for me, it's like fresh. It's all fresh in my head. So
I just want the listeners to know, if they don't already, about you, Peter, how dedicated you are by doing, you did the smart thing and reread the previous issues of the Conspiracy arc just to help tie it all together. Me, I stupidly, I read it months ago. I did read it again this morning to remind myself of things. But then I also realized that I did not finish my synopsis notes for this issue.
See, I was waiting for you to do that so we could record that. See, it's all your fault.
Oh, it's all my fault.
8 months. No.
Damn you, Eric. But I mean, I've been doing this now. How many years have we been doing this? 8 years together?
Well, to be fair, we had a major delay. I had a major delay.
But still, you think I would learn a little bit, glean a little bit of your brilliance, in the way that you approach, reading and processing this stuff. So, but I'm so impressed that I forget you. This is the first time you read issue 50?
No, I've read it.
You read it years and years ago.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I can't say that I remembered the biggest beats, the big surfacey beats. Mm-hmm. I did not remember smaller moments, subtle moments. I don't think I remembered any dialogue, or I remembered the artwork to a certain degree, but no, this was not totally 100% new. I wasn't surprised by the event of the book because I knew where, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what happens to these characters, but it wasn't quite like reading it for the first time, but it wasn't necessarily reading.
But it's been a long time.
Been a long time.
Yeah. So you're coming at it from a really fresh perspective.
Sure. A new perspective.
So, yeah, exactly. Well, and same new perspective, because it's been, even though I've read it a few times over the last 8 months or so, because we were going to do this a lot sooner, obviously. Sure. Right. It just didn't work out. But, before that, it was a few decades since I'd read this last. So yeah, that's what I love. And you mentioned that. You mentioned that in the preamble too, how you were going to wait until right before. I honestly assumed that you might have read it at one of those other junctures where we were going to record and it just didn't work out. So again, I'm just impressed that you read it. You read it this morning. So
yeah. So if you're listening to the audio version of this, the time gap doesn't mean anything, but for us it might mean something in our conversation. So we just wanted to make sure you knew, after listening to, I think what the preamble was, about an hour or so,
hour 15.
Yeah, like listening to that, which was a really great celebration. By the way, you can go on to the Longbox Review YouTube page and you can actually watch the preamble live from the CGS studio. Really great conversation. So, if you're listening to the podcast, no time has passed, and we're just going to go right into the conversation. Do our regular format. Talk about this book. Talk about some Who's Who entries that came out at the same time. They were talking books that shipped in May of 1988. And then we will wrap up. Our wrap up and outro will be similar to the preamble. Like we said, we're months later, so we might have some other new thoughts about current Legion news and current Legion activities, but it won't be as lengthy as the preamble, probably. We have some feedback we'll do at the end, and then we'll roll out.
Yeah. And if people are curious, if you haven't seen the video yet, even though you may have already listened to the preamble, you can. I'll include a link in my show notes, and I'm sure that Peter will too. So you'll be able to see that.
Okay. Legion of Superheroes issue 50. Eric, let's hear this delayed synopsis.
Oh my God. I hope I got everything right. All right, issue 50, Life and Death and the End of Time, with a little special different credits this time. And I'm gonna read it directly from the comic book. Paul Levitch is your writer, Mike DeCarlo inker, John Costanza letterer, Carl Gafford colorist, and Karen Berger editor. And welcome back, Keith Giffen, penciler and co-plotter, with also a cover by Ken Stacy. All right. Life and Death at the End of Time. At the end of time, The time trapper waits. We are told this is his kingdom, and its day has come. On their way to the Time Institute to pick up some equipment for Brainiac 5, Timberwolf and Ultra Boy, who sports a new outfit, discuss the recent craziness, i.e. how Ron Vidar is alive and helping Brainy with something in his lab for days. They leave the Institute with a time cube, which, parenthetically, I believe we haven't seen since the second annual, Peter, when Karate Kid and Princess Projector wed. Is that right? Is that the right number, I mean?
Yes.
Okay. Below them, Element Lad, Dream Girl, and Sunboy also discuss recent events, with Sunboy admitting things haven't felt this tense since the Legion went up against the Sun Eater, and Dream Girl admitting she hasn't slept some nights because she's afraid of what she might see. In the multi-lab, Brainiac 5 asks Ron how he survived his father's attack, but Ron shrugs it off. As Mon-El retrieves some equipment from storage, Saturn Girl questions Ron's sudden appearance and motivations. Seems like they don't really trust him at the moment. Later, Polar Boy questions Brainiac 5 about the plan as Dream Girl delivers the unconscious Jackson Rugarth, the former Infinite Man. Her sister, the White Witch, questions the morality of using Rugarth in this plan. After Brainy and Ron send Rugarth through time again and again and again and again, the conspirators and one other leave the rest of the Legionnaires in the time cube. It's Ron who joins their quest as they reach the end of time and face the Time Trapper, and their fight begins. With a flick of his wrist, Time Trapper hurls Mon-El away. He then crushes the time cube, trapping everyone there. Saturn Girl tries attacking the Time Trapper's mind, but she passes out. Trapper then picks up Brainy and tosses him aside. He then turns his attention to Duo Damsel. She is held immobile and attempts to break free by dividing herself. Time Trapper responds by disintegrating one of Luornu's bodies. Mon-El is back, but his next bout with the Time Trapper is short-lived, with Lar taking substantial damage. Time Trapper unleashes a wall of pure entropy towards Mon-El, intending to pull his invulnerable body apart, atom by atom. But Ron rushes toward Mon-El and faces the entropy wall alone, revealing he is a Green Lantern, like his father before him. He moves Mon-El to a safer location, but Time Trapper attacks him. Mon-El makes a last-ditch effort to attack Time Trapper with the heart of a dying star, but Time Trapper still gets the upper hand, leaving Mon-El a burnt husk. Time Trapper turns his attention to Brainy. Brainy tells him that, by traveling through time as he had, he sought truth and, quote, found friendship and love. Time Trapper responds, quote, look about you. This is the only absolute truth in eternity. The end. Brainy laughs, incurring the immortal ire of the Time Trapper. Brainy concedes that Time Trapper is an incarnation of entropy, but that there's another theory of the universe, one that is without end, and it too has an incarnation, the Infinite Man. The two incarnations fight, hurling insults at each other. Brainy tells Ron to gather their allies while he uses his force field belt to push the Infinite Man through the Time Trapper's time barrier. This causes a rupture in the timeline, sucking in the conspirators as Time Trapper seems to disappear. The Legionnaires and Ron miraculously find themselves back at Legion HQ. Saturn Girl declares that what they went through was worth it if they destroy the Time Trapper. Brainy assures her that he knows they did. But the issue ends at the end of time, and a lone figure who sits, waiting for his end. Or does he?
Oh, you take that to be a figure?
I did, yes.
Not just a cape on an outstretch of a rock? A cloak?
I hadn't really considered that, no. Because to me it looks like shoulders there with a hunched over head that you can't see. But that could just be the rock outcropping. Oh, that makes it even better. I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah, that's how I took that.
Ah. All right, then let me go back in time and
All right, so our format, we can either talk about the cover or we can talk about general thoughts.
Let's do initial thoughts.
Okay.
You go first since I just talked a lot.
Okay. So this is chapter 5 of the conspiracy story, which way back when we read the first chapter and DC's solicitation of this book even mentioned like it was part 1 of 5. And there's no cover dress. There's nothing on the title page to suggest that it's a multi-part story. And I think that was the first time that I even kind of considered it in that way. I guess it's very much like the eye for an eye story. It wasn't part 1, part 2, part 3. It wasn't the Universo project with a trade dress, a cover dress, or anything like that. So read this issue. Of course, Keith Giffen is back. I'm sure we could do a whole other podcast on that, I'm sure. Very surprised how this read as both a chapter 5 and a chapter 1. Because when I was rereading the issues prior to this, at the end of the 4th chapter, Brainy has a meltdown and he says, it can't be done. We can't break the time barrier. All the rules about time have changed. I don't know what they mean. I don't know how to do it. It takes infinite amounts of power. He very much is railing against the post-crisis DC decision to nix time travel, not 100%, but they weren't going to allow it to be easy anymore. Like no more time travel stories like that. You know, everybody could time travel, like no more of that. And then the cliffhanger is here comes Ron Vidar and says, well, I might have a way. And then there's another cliffhanger with Starfinger, which we don't have to worry about in this episode.
Thankfully.
So in many ways, that 4th chapter kind of wraps up the first 3 chapters. The conspiracy is out in the open. The Legion are going to be behind whatever it is they want to do, but Brainy is just about ready to give up. So if there was no Ron Vidar appearance, then that story, I guess, would have ended, and there would have been some consequences and some ramifications, whatever. Okay, but here comes Ron Vidar. Oh, okay. So we get to do what it is we want to do. And the whole Legion, we're all in it, right? The first few scenes it's all about the Legion trying to back Brainy up and Ron Vidar about how to make this happen. And when I was reading it, I was like, oh, okay, wow, this is rah Legion. It is an issue 50. It's an anniversary issue, right? Okay. And then it goes back to being just the conspirators again. And that's why for me, I feel like because of Keith Giffen and what he brings to it, not only artistically, but already that's a hell of a return that he gets to return and he gets the co-plot, you know? So I know you mentioned off mic that you have might have some back information to this, but you know, did Levitz write those first 4 chapters knowing that when did he know Keith Giffen was going to come? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when was he going to include him in the process? And when he does include him in the process, does Keith Giffen go, well, I don't like that. Let's do this, you know? And then, so that's why I feel like yes, it is chapter 5, but it's also chapter 1 because it's like, who knows what the first 4 issues would have been with Giffen. But also because of all the stuff that happens in this issue makes me want to read right away the next issues.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on, so much ramifications, so many things that happen to certain characters. Just all of the situation. There are questions, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So for an anniversary issue, I think it works really well because remember, Levitz thought he would be done by issue 50.
Right.
And I'm sure this isn't quite the story he would have told. Like, even if it was the conspirator story, even if it was the time trapper story, it might have played out differently. Even if Keith Giffen came on, it might have played out differently had this been Levitz's last issue.
Well, and it could have, he still could have done that. And I think it would have been a great ending.
If it was exactly like this. Yeah.
Yeah. An ending to his run.
Yeah.
And then they continue on with, whomever. Keith, primarily.
Right. You pass the torch and you say, here, I just left you all these things that are opened. But he may also have done it differently. Maybe he, because he knows he's still around. So he's like, oh, I can seed some plots in here that are going to take place later, So all of that swirls in my head. I was like, wow, this is a very different book from issue 49.
Yeah.
I think it's way different artistically, obviously. It's different tonally. They feel older again. The team feels a little older. In look, in the way they're being presented, right? Like, this book just grew up again from the previous chapters. Maybe maybe that's just me pulling that in because I love Keith Giffen or whatever. So having said all that, the other part of this, though, is I do actually miss some of the things that were brought up in the previous chapter. I wish there was a little more Superboy stuff, a little more. It's here, Mon-El especially. Like, you can tell they're fighting because of that. I wanted more of that. I wanted more of the reason why they're doing this, more callbacks, maybe more taunting by the time trapper.
Referencing the Pocket Universe and what he did.
Yeah.
And the result, obviously. Yeah.
I mean, it's there. It is there. As we'll go through it. It is there, but I like the issue. It's my favorite chapter in this 5-part story. I'm really excited about where we go from here. I know I've read a couple of reviews online. Some people saying like, oh, here begins some of the worst parts of the Baxter run. And I'm like, God, I just can't see how that can be. There's so much potential. You know what I mean? Like, I'm such a Keith Giffen fanboy that I'm like, even in his outlandish things, I'm like, I'm going to ride with you. Ride and die, Keith Giffen. Just ride and die. Like, so yeah. So just to wrap up my initial thoughts, I enjoyed the issue. I'm not in love with the issue. I think there are better Legion of Superheroes issues in this run that I was more like, ooh, there's some great emotional stuff. I don't know if it's because I did read it before, and so I knew the big beats, and none of it could surprise me in that way, I guess. I don't know. It's not like it's in the middle for me either. It's a strong, I can't wait to talk about it, but there's something about it that's still like, okay, that's how that ended. Okay, good. Yeah, great. Here we go. On to the last year of this run.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there you go. There's my thoughts.
Interesting. Cause I came at this after so many years and just kind of fell in love with the issue.
Oh, good.
Probably more than, from what I can recall, when I first read it. I thought, and I think it has more to do with just kind of like the grand ideas, like I mentioned before, about, what is the nature of the universe? Is it the incarnation of entropy with Time Trapper? Is it infinite and ever expanding, such as with the Infinite Man? And what you were intimating at, what does this mean for time travel now, for the Legion specifically? Is Time Trapper really gone now that you've opened my eyes to what that final image is? Generally speaking, I like how the Legion the conspirators came up with this plan and executed it. As opposed to like comparing it to the Great Darkness saga, right? Okay. Probably, the pinnacle of the Legion of Superheroes in many minds, mine included, right? It's not as well, this whole conspiracy arc, is not as well executed as that, I don't think, but at least the Legion were active and, what's the word? They had agency in it, as opposed to what happened with Darkseid, who just got frustrated and left. Right. So I think it sticks the landing of the 5 parts. Despite the flaws that we have pointed out, or at least I have mentioned that I've had with some of this stuff in the previous parts. The conspirators appear to get their revenge. Still questionable, but I'm coming around now to this idea.
They seem satisfied by the end.
Yeah, and maybe the reason I think that I took the end to be the way I did is because it is punctuated previously by Brainy's. Yeah, of course he's dead. Well, we all know once you say something like that in comics or stories in general, it usually turns out not to be true. And of course, the nature of superhero comics is nobody really dies. So, he'll be back, but he won't be back for this volume as far as I know. So that is the end of the Time Trapper for this version of the Legion, so to speak. So the Legion have, again, and Paul have taken off the table another long-standing Legion foe. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we'll get another one of those here in the next annual that we're going to talk about. Same with you, Giffen is back. I'm so happy to see that. And I think part of the reason I said I may be more in love with this issue now than I was then is I recall not really liking his later style. And now I freaking love it. What this guy can do on the page and his storytelling, you can disagree with his choices, and I'm going to talk about some of the costume stuff, but and I think part of what you were saying before about the Legionnaires appear older or more mature. I forget how you put it now. Which, by the way, you mentioned that in the preamble. I when I was listening to that again today. Mm-hmm. You were talking about that, which was only probably 30 to 60 minutes ago for people who are listening to this. But the way that he's drawing the Legionnaires and their new hairdos, it just looks like they've stepped up a little bit in terms of, I don't know, fashion or whatever. I have some thoughts about what happens with Duo Damsel and whatnot in regards to that end part, but we'll get to that. But I thought this was a great end to a story, end to an arc, and it's 43 pages of story in here, I think it is. And, I don't usually, because there is a big fight scene towards the back end. And normally I'm like, oh my God, can we just get through this? This is just filling up space. I don't feel like that at all.
No.
I feel like the fight is justified. The way that it's choreographed, the timing of it, there's no dead air, so to speak.
Yeah.
In this comic.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the one thing that I'm very, very much appreciative of, because Giffen is back.
Yeah. Yeah. The fight went the way it should have gone. They had no chance until they found out that Ron Vidar was who he was. Like, even I was like, this is, especially the way they portrayed Time Trapper too, as being, mega cosmic and totally in control of his time, and they're fighting on his doorstep. And there's an epic quality to that fight, because it's everything you want to read about comics and superheroes and Legion of Superheroes. that they are going up against insurmountable odds, and yet they manage to win the day, but they don't come out of it unscathed.
Yeah.
So yeah, the fight is really good. It is, it's a well executed, battle, because through all of it, I was like, how do they expect to win? Stop fighting. He's going to end you. Like you're behind him, and you're like, kind of like, oh my God, they are going to get wiped.
Okay. I have a thought about that, but I want to wait until we actually get into the particular scenes, because I'm going to see what you think about this. Okay.
All right. Talk about the cover.
Yeah. The great Ken Stacy cover. I love this cover. And you know me, I've been hot or cold in terms of Stacy's compositions, but this one I think is just lovely. You got the time trapper, looking a bit more cosmic than we see on, inside in the interior pages. But, with this black star or black hole, I don't know what exactly it is. I just, and he's gesturing menacingly towards what looks like defeated Legionnaires on this tiny, tiny asteroid. It's just, and wonderful. Oh, the colors of this, the purples, and the pinks, and it's just great. The lighting, of his hand that's near that black star is just exquisite. It's almost like Alex Ross did this in a sense. It's
beautiful. I mean, it's a perfect image. It encapsulates the story. It's a great cover image. Again, it has that feel of like, the Legion totally down. Are they going to survive? If I had any nitpick, just one nitpick, I would not have split Duo Damsel's bodies. I would have just made it one Duo Damsel.
Oh, yes.
Because the conspirators were, a group of 4,
right?
So that's the only kind of like editor hat thing I would talk about.
I will say though, because we see Saturn Girl and Mon-El facing Time Trapper, and they've got their hands up like they're about ready to be stomped on by a giant, and they're just instinctively putting up a hand to protect themselves, which is not going to work. But in the forefront is Brainy looking down, looking away, like he has lost not only the battle but his faith. And I'm reading into this and knowing what I know in the issue, but it's like just the defeat that they have already experienced. And even with Duo Damsel's 2 bodies there, one is lying down, supposedly unconscious, well, I'll just say, and the other one is just looking away, despondent. That's how I take this. And because we know what happens to her, that makes sense. But if you're just looking at this cover going, is she hurt? Is she, what's going on there? But I just the simple act of not even engaging with the action around her, I think is a really cool and interesting choice on the artist or by the artist.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. That would have been, I think that would have been a better choice to just have her single body there.
Yeah, it's a good anniversary issue. I mean, it's the thing we've been waiting for. We have not, I reread the issues. I'm fairly certain we have not seen the Time Trapper in any of those issues. So it even takes a couple issues to even mention his name again. So to see him back on the cover again, you have to remember Legionnaires 3, the Cosmic Boy miniseries, the death of Superboy. I mean, he's been in the background of all of these things, or foreground, I should say. But in this story, he's just been in the background, and then he gets to be on the cover again. And yeah, it's great. It's a great cover. Might even, when we get to the end of this entire volume, if we do like a top 5 favorite covers of the volume, might be interesting to see where this one falls.
Yeah. I'm going to guess it's going to fall pretty high on my list, but we'll see. Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah. All right. The way we're going to talk about this is we're going to just go through scene by scene to give some of our thoughts and some of our ideas, starting with the first 2 pages, a narration talking about the end of time, setting up the time trapper. As I said, we haven't seen him in the previous issues. Here he is. It's also, I think, just the beginning of like, oh, hey, Keith Giffen is back, and that'll continue on through some of the other scenes as well. So,
Peter, do you mind if I read?
Yeah, go ahead.
The narration here of these 2 pages, because I think given what we have at the end of the issue as well, I think these are great bookends for what this is, and introduces the idea of these high concepts that Paul and company are playing around with. So it starts here. All things have ended here, even those that never began, which I thought was a really interesting way to start the story. Dreams have crumbled to dust and lives faded out of memory. In all the universe, it seems there only remains energy enough to swirl the fragments of the past and abandon hope of the future. All who live have glimpsed this in nightmare and shuddered. If logic wars with faith over the nature of the beginning, so too it must over the ending. Logic decrees that all things begun must end. This is his destiny, and it is fulfilled. Next page. They place names upon the unknown and pretend that that makes it knowable. They call this the end of time and trust they will not live to see it. They have called him by 1,000 names. He is night, death, apocalypse, eternity, entropy, time. To a few who have dared look upon his face that is not a face, he has been known as the time trapper. To all that lives, all that moves, all that hopes that tomorrow will dawn, he is the enemy. This is his kingdom, and its day has come. So yeah, when you mentioned you see Giffen here, the introduction of Giffen back on the title. I mean, if you remember his work at all, just seeing that swirling, I don't know, entropy sand or whatever it's supposed to be. I mean, that to me that just is Giffen. And then those 3 panels at the top of page 2, as he zooms in to the scene. And then finally, it's just you see the outcropping, the stairs that Time Trapper has walked down, because we see him at the bottom of the page where he's reached something. I'm not sure what exactly that is. A monitor of some sort. I don't know what it is, but he's looking at it, and it's so good the way how everything looks like it's covered in sand or dust, or it's just everything's so degraded and breaking down. It's just lovely.
Yeah it's a direct callback to when I did the big Time Trapper deep dive, when I read every issue, and I read that short story by Edmund Hamilton called In the World's Dusk, from Weird Tales, March 1936, which could be looked at as kind of like the thing that gave Edmund Hamilton the idea to create the Time Trapper. I mean, that's exactly what this is. It talked about a barren land, and only like one major structure that was seen was like this dark obelisk looking thing, which we did kind of see in some other previous Time Trapper appearances.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a direct callback. The other thing I love about Keith Giffen's art, what you talked about, the 3 panels on page 2, the scenes in Metropolis, all the scenes with any kind of technology, the one panel coming up where they're in the elevator. It's all stuff that, like, when you look at it, you get an idea, you get a sense of like what it is, but you're not 100% sure of what you're looking at. And it is the future. So it should be that way. It's the thing we've said many, many times, the way Keith Giffen depicts the future or landscapes is just, first of all, it's rich and it has depth, but it can also be not confusing, just like, oh, okay, look how jam-packed Metropolis looks, and look at the weird, in the next couple pages, even the time capsule or the thing Mon-El is working. What is it? I don't know. I don't care. It's the future. I shouldn't know. Immediately he brings that right to the page. Steve Lido was good at that. It was the thing that I felt Greg LaRocque was not quite great at. Mm-hmm. But boy, does it just create sense and mood and atmosphere. So those first 2 pages, this is when I read those first 2 pages and I was like, oh, we got Paul Levitz back. We got Paul Levitz back, capital P, capital AUL, all of it, with Keith. Like he's back.
Yeah, I wonder how many drafts he did of these opening narration boxes, because, I mean, to be fair, he does kind of drift into purple prose area a tiny bit, but just in terms of elevating the Time Trapper to be an incarnation instead of just some future enemy who claimed he was, the master of time, in previous encounters with the Legion, he is night, death, apocalypse. I thought that was an interesting, maybe a Marvel poke. I don't know when Apocalypse arrived on the scene at Marvel, but the face that is not a face. It's like he is a force of nature. He is not a being, so to speak.
Yeah. And
I just, wow, that is very interesting. I mean, I guess it kind of, I'm riffing on what you said here, because much like Giffen is doing with imagery and suggesting the future, perhaps, Paul is suggesting, well, even more than suggesting, he's literally calling it out with the words, Time Trapper is more than, like I said, more than just what we have known him to be before this issue. Right. And that makes me happy that he did it. At the same time, I'm like, oh, wow, I wish you could explore this more than just in this issue going forward, because now we're missing out on what that means to the Legion and how they interact with him going forward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes him a big threat, that the conspirators are willing to give up their life and willing to quote unquote kill him, because of what he did. He can't just be a controller in a robe. He can't just be, from like one of their earliest stories where he does, where he's just a weirdo in a cloak, like doing these strange, turning them into babies and whatever, you know what I mean? He has to be an entity. He has to be a larger than life thing. Very much like, like the Anti-Monitor had to be that big of a villain that when he is put down, everybody is okay with it, because if he was just another humanoid, then then the whole codes come in,
Yes, exactly.
And it kind of helps to, if you had questions from Legionnaires 3 or Cosmic Boy or even the Superboy story, if you have questions about exactly what the Time Trapper is, there are no more questions. You know exactly what he is. And it's interesting that as you were reading the first 2 pages, I was following along in the last 2 pages.
Yes.
And there are some differences.
There are, yeah.
Pretty much in just the tense of the verbs, right? This was his kingdom and its day has come. And they actually repeat one more time, all things have ended here, even those that never began. Dreams have crumbled to dust and lives faded out of memory. In all the universe, it seems there only remains energy enough to swirl the fragments of the past and abandon hope of the future. This was his kingdom and its last day has come. So they like repeat the opening thing of it, but there are like 1 or 2 other differences. So
yeah,
it's a great opener. He's like kind of one of my favorite Legion villains now, just because of everything we kind of read about him. And he's so, didn't we talk about that in maybe one of the other previous appearances, that he should just be able to do whatever he can do? I mean, even the way they use him later, like even the way they're using him now, he Time Trapper is whatever DC needs him to be.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And I feel like this might be the first step into that portrayal of him like that.
Right. So that's one of the things we talked about in the preamble, I believe, with Doomsday being the most recent incarnation of the Time Trapper. Right. And so, yeah, this would be the first step to using Time Trapper in different ways. And I don't know what the like the power level comparison is between the two, but the one here depicted here seems much more powerful entity. He's an entity, not a being, and Doomsday is a being. So to me,
right.
So yeah. The Doomsday thing reminds you mentioned the controller, right, that we saw in the Great Darkness Saga, and so Doomsday to me reminds me of that. He's on the same level as that controller version of Time Trapper, but it does see. And now I have all these questions, right, about Time Trapper and his, were they the other versions that we've seen before or since, really? Are they his minions, whether they know it or not? Or are they people who are like, they've heard whispers about the mysterious Time Trapper and they decide to take advantage of that by taking on his persona, and then risking the actual entity's wrath. Just now I just want to read a bunch of stories like that.
Yeah, I mean, it could just come down to whatever it is, whatever their goals are, that's what dictates how powerful they are.
Oh yeah.
And it could be like the Phoenix Force thing, and it's not a 1-to-1. I'm not trying to 1-to-1 it, but
right.
Like when they say that he is a mask without a mask or face without a face, whatever he says, I don't care what he is. Like, I'm not trying to figure out who he is. He's not a who.
Yes, exactly.
He's an it. So it kind of, Levitz is smart. Right? Levitz and Giffen and company, they just kind of took that away. It's like, no, you don't need to know what he is. This is what he is what we need him to be here. And I feel like that's the way you should always play him. And in a way that is very similar to that first story that short story by Edmund Hamilton, because the character's name is Gallows Gan in that short story. It sounds very Legion-esque already, right? He does a thing where, because he's the last man, and he does have some minions and things, he sets up events to recreate. He actually, very interestingly, it's kind of like this story. He goes back to the beginning of time and he recreates the events to go back to the end of time to see if the outcome will be the same or something like that. And he wakes up, he puts himself to sleep, he wakes up and he sees himself again. And he's like, oh God, I'm always meant to be this. And I can't remember if he then winds up killing that new one or the new one kills him. I forget how it plays out. But there again is that kind of idea of like, whoever is at the end of time is for DC's purposes, is like whatever you need it to be in that moment, because the future is unwritten. It should be unwritten, So in this case, though, what he needs to be is the killer of Superboy. That's it. That's all he needs to be. So
the killer of just the killer of Superboy. Well, okay, so that's the impetus for the story we're reading, but the way
and the one behind, the man behind all the lies of what the Legion's foundation is.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Too. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Then yes. Yeah. I accept that. I think he's especially in this issue, he is definitely more than just a mustache twirling villain who killed somebody.
But they're not going after him because they mess with their history.
Oh, right.
They're going after him because he killed Superboy.
Yeah. Because Time Trapper has to atone for his sins.
Right.
And then there's no greater sin than killing someone, right?
The best.
Well, although he only did it indirectly. So come on, Legion, cut him some slack.
You want to go on to the next scene?
Yeah. So here is where I'm like, okay, Giffen's back, but what the hell? Jackets and pouches, haircuts. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about all this?
And it's not across the board, right? Like he didn't do across the board just yet. I don't know what happens next issue, but it's only Ultra Boy, Element Lad. I guess Giffen just didn't want to draw curly hair. Bouncing Boy gets a mustache. Duo Damsel gets a different kind of hair. Mon-El's costume is billowier. It's puffier. He's got more of a puffy shirt.
It's slightly, this tunic part is a little different.
Boots are bigger, thicker.
Yeah. Brainy also gets a haircut. Of course, he probably needed it after all this time in the lab.
Yeah. I think it's just his method of shorthand. He's like, I don't want to spend time drawing the way they were. I want to draw them the way I want them to be.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's 88. And, we often deride the 90s as the era of pouches and whatnot, right? So this I don't know, because I wasn't reading a whole lot of stuff in the 90s, and I obviously couldn't afford to buy a bunch of comics back then, even in 88. So I don't know when did Giffen start that trend with this, or was it somewhere else? And I know were pouches in the zeitgeist? What was with that? And here, let me see if I got. Oh, he doesn't directly. So this is from the Legion Companion. He doesn't directly say anything about the costume designs, but about the art coming back to it. Here, I'll just say. So he's asked, "What made you return to the Legion in 88?" Giffen says, "I'm tempted to say another paycheck," in the typical Keith Giffen manner. "The Legion is a book that's always exerted this weird kind of siren song on me. I just keep returning to it eventually. I wouldn't be all that surprised if I wind up doing Legion work down the road or down the line again someday," which of course he does. Then he was asked, "There was that period when you gave all the Legionnaires new costumes." Oops, maybe that's a spoiler. "What was the reaction to that?" "If I remember correctly, it was the usual reaction to any change in a long-running series. Shrieks of outrage, followed by this grudging acceptance, followed by a handful of people stepping up and going, 'Well, I kind of almost sort of like it.' Legion fans, God love them. They're definitely a vocal bunch." "I remember coming on the Legion and being told, 'You're no Pat Broderick.' And then when I left the Legion, Greg LaRocque was going, 'My God, they're all over me because I'm not doing it like you.' Then when I came back to the Legion, I was told, 'You're no Greg LaRocque.'" Here it says he laughs. "So that's part and parcel of the job, and it was just part of why I enjoy Legion fandom so much."
That's said tongue in cheek, I'm sure.
Yeah. Firmly planted. Yeah.
Well, it's a way to give us some exposition. Ultra Boy and Timberwolf are talking, and we know that there's a plan. Ron Vidar is back. I mean, it's all just, Levitt's doing his thing.
Well, I will say at this point, so one of the two, I mentioned this in the synopsis, but we get the time cube. Like I said, we haven't seen that in a while. So that's interesting as you're reading through it. But then I love Sunboy's comment about the Sun Eater and the loss they encountered there. And so that is a definite foreshadowing of what's to come. And then punctuated by Dreamgirl's comment about how, she says, even without my powers, I can smell death in the air and I don't sleep some nights. She's so afraid of what she might see, which to me is like, girl, if you're feeling this way, maybe you should see what's coming to help out. But it's also a way to get her to give an excuse for why she didn't do that in the first place, and know what the conspirators were up to.
Yeah.
So that's smart. I think that's very smart of Levitt's. It's subtle, and it explains a potential plot hole, so to speak, for us.
I mean, this entire, like, all the way up through page up to page 13, there are all these little different scenes, but what I loved about it was it's an anniversary issue. You need to get as many Legionnaires on the page as you can. Mm-hmm. And they do, and it's in a way that does not feel ham-fisted. It doesn't feel like Levitt's just going, okay, maybe I give them a line. No, it actually kind of means something, or it's all in character at least,
Yeah.
And I just was like, oh, these pages are cool. There's nothing really happening there. It's dialogue. It's talking and talking, which, look, 13 pages of talking when the rest of it is just a big fight book. Great. Okay. Like I'm for it. But the characterization, this is like, back again, when I say it's like, this is Paul Levitt's back. Even if one character only gets one line, it is so right in character, so right in line. Plus you got Giffen giving great facial expressions. It's almost like he reversed learned from Kevin Maguire, like doing the breakdowns for Kevin Maguire and then seeing those final pages and seeing how well Kevin Maguire does facial expressions. Now Keith Giffen's like, okay, I learned from that punk kid. Let me do them myself.
Oh my God, yes. Yes, because like on page 10, we see White Witch, right? A few times. And that final panel on that page is like, that is Kevin Maguire.
Yeah, or the next page. Look at panel 4 of the next page. That looks like
Kevin my God,
Maguire.
Yeah. Yes. Wow.
Some of it is also like, it's a weird, it's still a transitionary period for Giffen. He's heading towards 5 years later, but he's not quite there yet. In fact, I think we've seen better versions of what 5 years later was going to be in like the Who's Who Legion with some of the stuff that he did in there. A lot of the artwork has, and maybe this is, maybe it's because there wasn't enough communication with DeCarlo or the coloring. There's a lot of flatness to it. There's still there's not a lot of dark shadows and to give us perspective and depth and all that, and who's on what plane. Like on page 5, the first panel where they have the time cube. I mean, it's a cube, but yet it almost looks 2-dimensional. And yet I understand we're on a 2-dimensional thing. You know what I mean? It like feels like it almost blends with the background. You don't know where the background begins, the foreground ends, and is that purposeful? Is it because it's, he doesn't have Al Gordon, who he's going to have with the 5 years later, but it's also like adds to that claustrophobic feel, that futuristic feel. Look at the next panel, page 6, panel 1. You can tell that's a hallway or something that goes back, but there's no variation in the coloring. Coloring all the way in the background is at the same level as the coloring on the foreground. There's no light or dark. It's all sort of like flat coloring. And I like it. I dig it. But I feel like he might learn some things, or he might say to his inkers, I need some of that, or the colorists. I need some depth. I need some perspective. Make sure you show it.
Well, and that's the thing I noticed about that, the particular panels you're pointing out, plus the stuff on the rest of these, or the rest of the panels on these pages, is that Gafford is doing the most work in terms of trying to convey depth, and perspective here, because of the the various. But you're right. It's the color, even though there are different colors denoting that, it is very flat looking still. So I think it was a matter. Yeah, I think it was a matter of Gafford having to step up and provide some art to this that DeCarlo wasn't providing.
Yeah, and that was something that, especially later Kevin Maguire, where he almost wouldn't even do backgrounds, and the colorist would have to make a sky, right? And he wouldn't do modeling in the face. The colorist would do it, would do lines or whatever. So, like that panel, page 9, panel 2, the one with all the gadgetry, like you have to have different colors or else it'll look like one blob of technology that they're standing on. So.
And there are different planes here. Ron Vidar is stepping up on something that is higher than what Saturn Girl and Bouncing Boy and Duo Damsel are on. And Polar Boy's on a different plane. Yeah, it's just different. Because I'm thinking of all of the scenes that we've seen with LaRoque in Brainy's lab, and it was not this. No. This is a completely different lab.
Yeah. All of those things, the way the Legionnaires look, the way the backgrounds look, the panel design, like this is, I read this and it was almost like, okay, I'm holding this like a book, I'm like, here we are. Yeah. Yeah, these first pages, they really are. The first 13, it's like, I was very happy that everybody gets something. Not everybody, but most of the Legionnaires get something.
And we get that great scene between White Witch and Dream Girl. And we haven't really seen White Witch a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I really want to say since the before the tale, or was it the Tales at that time? The companion book to this, right? Because she had some stuff going on there. I don't know that she's really been in this Baxter series all that much, aside from that one issue where they lobotomize Mordru. But we do see. I agree with you. We're getting all these characters. Block has a bunch of things to say, even though they're as his teammates like to want to do, point out how obvious the things he's saying are. But we also get the new, the newest Legionnaires in that scene on page 9. They're all gathered there. Most of them are speaking. Well, I should say half of them are speaking because Quislet has no words. Neither do Tellus, but they're there. And so they're just there. And that's a kind of storytelling that I really appreciate, is that, okay, even though, like, for example, on page 10, Tellus is it looks like he's maybe even having a conversation with Quislet, but we're not hearing that. We're not seeing that. What we're seeing is the argument, the philosophical argument between Dream Girl and her sister. And that was another, you talk about, more adult, more grown up, this is weighty stuff. We're talking about, like I said, the nature of the universe. And now, is it ethical what they're doing with Jackson Rugarth? And most of the people here gathered, Dream Girl, Brainiac 5 especially, those two, they're like, intellect. That is the essence of a person. And if you don't have that, and Jackson does not, as Dawn Girl, sorry, Dream Girl, accentuates by knocking on some sort of device on Rugarth's chest, there is no mind within, she declares. And of course, Misa, the White Witch, disagrees with that. That's not necessarily immortal truth, she tells Block. And then, she gets angry. And that's not something we normally see from her, when Polar Boy is like, hey, he volunteered. He knew the risks. He'd want to help. And she angrily says to him, are you reduced to that, Polar Boy? The end justifies the means. And she leaves, taking out potentially one of the strongest members of the Legion here. And will that play out later? Or the consequences of that, will that play out later?
It's the most personality she's been given.
Well, that is true.
And then just because I don't know if this factors into anything that happens because of the Magic Wars, like the whole end story. Like, is any of this set up, or is it, this is one of those moments where I was like, oh, see, this is why this issue is so good, because it's wrapping up something and setting up so many other, it could potentially, I should say, set up so many other things.
Right. Yeah. It reminds me of television series, right? When they get to the season ending episode, well, you got to, if you do it right, you entice the viewers back by what is promised in that last episode of the season. And so I thought that it's not the same kind of construction, but that is exactly what Levitz and company are doing here.
Yeah.
But I wanted to get your thoughts on that philosophical argument about Jackson Rugarth. Where do you come on or stand on one side or the other? How do you feel about that, just in general? Do the ends justify the means?
I guess I'm taking them at their word that there's nothing there in him, but is that how it was left in that Crisis issue? I don't remember. I
think so.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, I think, yeah, he was a mindless husk of a man.
Yeah, and then, why are you keeping him around? I mean, Brainy says in that one panel very, matter-of-factly, any other organ science can replace and allow the original personality and humanity to remain, but when the brain ceases to function, there is nothing to be done.
Which is a very typical thing a person like Brainy would say, too.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to have that outlook.
And if anybody should, I guess it's Brainy, because his whole thing is his brain, So
right.
I'm taking it at their word, but then it's like, if it doesn't have any brain function and it's just his body, how does that work? How does he, that's not how he went into the experiment in the first place. He was a whole person, and then he becomes the Infinite Man. I didn't really think too much about it, to tell the truth. It was a part that I forgot. I forgot that they used him. So I was like, oh, that's cool. I love the Infinite Man for whatever reason,
right.
And I was like, oh, wow. Okay. Very interesting.
So on that, this is my last thing from the Legion Companion. This is Paul Levitz talking about the inclusion of that character. Oh, first of all, okay. So a little bit about his use of Ron Vidar here. He was asked, what was your original plan for Ron Vidar? Somewhere along the line, I came up with that stunt for making him the contemporary Green Lantern, which I thought was a lot of fun. I'm not sure how early on I came up with that, or whether Keith or someone else had something to do with it. So that's interesting. When you killed him, did you intend to leave him dead? No, I don't think so, because we didn't do a real enough death. I have a personal writer's rule that if I kill someone on panel, they stay dead. So the fact that I had that as a one-off death was clearly a setup in my head for whatever mystery was going to be built around it.
In the letter column in issue 55 about this issue, which would be closer to when he actually wrote it, he did say about the idea for Rond as Green Lantern, he said it only came up as the plot for 50 scrolled through this writer's Macintosh. While the 30th century role of the Green Lanterns and Guardians has clearly intrigued us since 295, some 6 years ago, this latest bit was a natural evolution that came by itself.
That's interesting. Those two comments.
Yeah. Well, they're years apart. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true. I thought I had something in here too about. I'm sorry. I thought I had something in here about Rugarth and Paul using that as, or came in late. The use of the Infinite Man came in at the very last minute. Am I just mixing up the two characters? Does that sound familiar to you?
No. Maybe you're thinking of the Green Lantern stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
I just looked at Legion of Superheroes 18, the Crisis crossover issue with the Infinite Man. Jackson Rugarth, they wipe out the Infinite Man, part of him, and in the epilogue, Rond and Brainy are talking. I never thought I'd see Jackson normal again, Brainy. And Brainy says, with proper care, maybe we can even repair the psychic damage our experiments caused him. Ron says, I wonder, he volunteered originally. Would he have, knowing what was ahead?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm sorry. I found it. It was actually a response that Paul had made into one of the letters. It was, he admitted that adding Infinite Man came very late in the plotting of the whole arc, which I think is a fortuitous event because because he usually tries to seed things in some fashion. And I love how we're just completely surprised by the fact that the Infinite Man will be back. And it opens up that door of the whole competing natures of the universe idea.
So it does sound like he was not quite so messed up mentally, at least at the end of the Crisis issue.
Oh, okay.
So,
is there really a distinction though between the two?
I mean, Brainy says maybe we can repair the psychic damage our experiments caused him. Sounds like.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, it sounds more like he's hurt, perhaps healing or maybe not, but here he is clearly. They call him brain dead.
Yeah, so. I mean they needed it for the story. Yeah,
yeah.
And then they go through the experiment once again, and Brainy hits a little thing on his belt, and they all disappear. Everybody thinks it's only the conspirators that disappear, but we can clearly see that there's one more person that also has disappeared, as we'll see in the last issue. But and this is another one of those moments where I'm like, oh, how is that going to sit with the Legionnaires when they come back next issue? And are they going to be like, hey, why did you do that? We could have gone with you, but that's not what the oath was about. So,
well, yeah. And Tellus is the one that spells it out for everybody. So that was the secret of the conspiracy. They planned to go alone. And you had brought that up before in our ongoing discussion about what their goals are. What is the conspiracy?
Anything else on the first 13?
No, I think that's good.
Yeah.
And then we get into the psychedelic portion.
Yeah.
at least the first few pages anyway. The coloring on this is just awesome.
Well, it's the old travel through the rainbow effect, but without actually being so Silver Age about it.
Right.
Let's modernize it. Let's update it. Like, this is really probably what it would look like to go through a kaleidoscope of colors, So I appreciated that. So
is this, according to what we have been told by the Time Trapper, what they've discovered since Crisis, is this the first time they've actually traveled through time, through the actual time stream, as opposed to what the Time Trapper's machinations made them think was the time stream?
Probably. I mean, I know in the Cosmic Boy miniseries, he does take Cosmic Boy to different places.
Oh, that's true.
Brings him to the end of time or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he and Night Girl definitely did. Okay. So where I was going with this was, if this is the first time we've actually, this may be the first, I can't remember in the Cosmic Boy miniseries if we saw what that looked like going through the time stream.
Yeah.
Because the depiction of this is so very different from anything else we've ever seen about them going through the time stream.
Right.
There's this maelstrom of energy that the time cube is going through, but from their perspective, they're seeing all of this rainbow effect. Everything is covered in these colors, and the people are almost silhouettes of themselves within this color. I just think that's a great way to denote the fact that they're in this different, I don't even know what to call it, space-time, I guess, maybe.
It does look like Cosmic Boy issue 3. There are several attempts Cosmic Boy makes to access the time stream, but the time trapper is keeping him in 1986. And when he finally breaks through, he winds up at the end of time. But in some of the earlier pages, this is Ernie Colon on artwork. Mm-hmm. But Paul Levitz, actually Keith Giffen, Ernie Colon, and Bob Smith, artists. So Keith probably did the breakdowns. There is some coloring effect that kind of could suggests rainbow, mm-hmm. but also leading more to what we see here, where it's more, swirly and psychedelic-y, and so. Well,
that's great. That's a great bit of continuity. Mm-hmm. When did Cosmic Boy come out? 86?
Yes. Yes, late 86. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's post-crisis, so we're dealing with the new, rules of time travel. Mm-hmm. In fact, the cover to issue 3 says "Turmoil in the Time Stream."
Well, I was just blown away by this depiction, this scene, and we also get it from Ron's perspective at first. Mm-hmm. Obviously revealing that he is the 5th member aboard this quest. And he goes to join the conspirators. And of course, they're all like, how? What? Why are you here? So, but they do also talk about, because we see, that's right. Because we see Jackson's face a couple times here.
As he's slowly changing.
As he's changing, yes. Yeah, and they... Ron says he's changing. The evolutionary stage has begun. Can't you feel the power in the air? And they sidestep that by talking about, why are you here?
Plus, it's just great. It's Giffen like, no, we're not going to do full imagery. We're going to just do shadows, and we're just going to do silhouettes just to show the effect of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would not I'd be hard pressed to think of a comic book that did things like this, at least a DC comic book back then. So, this just shows how ahead of the curve Giffen was in terms of his art, and and the team that's executing it too, of course.
Yeah, I would say Gene Colan. He often used shadowy effects, like in Detective and Night Force and mm-hmm. things like that. So I think it goes to Keith is an artist, not that Greg LaRocque isn't, but you know what I mean? Like when you talk about that generation of artists that were artists, they were not just comic book artists. They were, they studied. I don't know if Keith Giffen studied, but he did study other styles, especially the one that he ripped off and that he admits that he ripped off. And so it's like, you have to learn something from that. And that's what this feels like here. So then they arrive at the end of time, and we're like right in. There's no like, hey, where is he at? No, time trapper's right there to greet them, larger than life. Here we start getting more like Giffen doing his Kirby thing. Like page 16, that last panel, that giant hand, like that feels like right out of a Kirby comic. Mm-hmm. There's some other imagery that's like, oh yeah. Keith admits that he was everybody, if you worked for Marvel, you were a Kirby clone. I was looking at early George Perez, and I was like, oh, if Perez didn't try to emulate Kirby, Joe Sinnott, who inked him on that one particular issue I was looking at, made him look like Kirby.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I described in the synopsis, basically the basic beats of each interaction. What I didn't get into though was, and it may, if you want to backtrack a little bit, but the thing that happens with Saturn Girl,
Mm-hmm.
and the way that's depicted. But before that, I just want to say I love how quickly, how easily Time Trapper dispatches the most powerful member of the Legion, just with a flick of his hand, right? And that's, besides the hand, like you said, it's like, oh wow, he's Time Trapper is not messing around. They're almost beneath, other than his own attention to it, his own flaw, I guess. The Legion seems to be a flaw for him. He can't not just wipe them out, because the way he's portrayed here, it seems like he could do it very easily, but he doesn't. And he's always toyed with the Legion. We've talked about that in the past, but here he seems to be a little more direct about it. Just getting Mon-El off the board for a moment, and then we get, and I think this is a great bit of storytelling. Each person basically has their bit to do, right, with him, as a way for them to directly confront the pain that he's caused them, mm-hmm. in a sense, right? Mm-hmm. And Saturn Girl ends up not only defeated, as they all are, really, but she is going to, she declares it instead of just doing it. That's a trope that I really hate about superhero comics, but she's just going to go into his mind and mess with it. And that's not something that she would normally do. So all of them are doing things that they would not normally do and that has continued throughout this arc. These four are doing things that they've never done before, or they would not, they would blush to think that they would do these things. Right. And I think this is something that Saturn Girl would just be loath to do otherwise. And well, in fact, sorry, I'm sounding like I'm bouncing around everywhere, but in fact, earlier in the issue, when she's discussing Rond with Mon-El, she says, I could read his mind to find out. She does kind of brush it off by saying, but if he's under the sway of the Time Trapper, he would believe it anyway.
Right.
And it would be false information. But she didn't do it. She could have done it, but she didn't. Now that it's changed, and she goes to get in there and says, no, it can't be. And I love this long, I'll say 2/3 of the page, one side of this panel. It's all white, and she is basically an outline, a small outline of this big white panel. It's like she's been attacked by some powerful, blinding mind thing or something. You don't know what it is, but it is so effectively executed, and it's so simple. And you look at this and go, he gets paid for that? But from a storytelling standpoint, it is brilliant to show this. I don't know. What do you think? Am I praising too much here?
No, I mean, that's like I said, as soon as the fight started, I was like, they're not going to win. I was like, I was in it. I was in the mood that Giffen sets. Levitz is giving them dialogue that makes sense. He's going after them one by one, as you said, and there's a lot of tragedy to it, like who's going to come out of this? We already heard from Dream Girl that death is in the air. And, that question of Time Trapper, why doesn't he just do this? That's something that Saturn Girl and Mon-El talked about. Mon-El was like, why doesn't he just go in our past?
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
And
kill them when they're babies.
Yeah. If there's one thing I've learned from reading the short story and reading all those Time Trapper stories, he is a man at the end of time. He has nothing to do but just wait. So
he's already won.
Yeah, he says it. He says it all the time, right? He goes, I already won. Look around you. I won. I'm here. It's a false win though. Like, yeah, you're the last man of time. What do you have? You have dirt. This is what you wanted? You wanted dirt, you know? So for him to see these Legionnaires, these colorful, young, youthful, powerful, doesn't he mention it later with the Green Lantern light? He's like, wow, I thought I would never see that light again in this end of time. You know, it's like almost thrilling to him. So yeah, like, why would he kill them right away? No, he wants to mess. What better thing to do than to mess with them, make them, destroy them. He's already destroyed in his mind. He thinks he's destroyed what they are as a team, as a concept. There was one of the Time Trapper appearances or stories or miniseries where he even talked about how the Legion, there's like a destiny, right? Like there's some destiny about them with him. Not that that's brought up here. Yeah, he's like a cat who's like, wants to play with the bugs and the mice and this food and yeah, he could eat it, but he could also play with it. And that's what he does. And yet it still comes across as like, knowing that I know what happens to these characters, and I still was like, oh, God, look at him pinching Brainiac in his fingers, you know, and then what he does to Duo Damsel and poor Mon-El, the one that has been saying forever and ever, I can hold 1,000-year-old grudges. I need this. He can't do anything. The most powerful being in the universe, and he can't do anything. So it's just like wave after wave of defeat, and why even bother? But well, that's why they're the Legion.
Yeah, I think Mon-El actually only gets one hit in this entire fight that he has with Time Trapper on page 22, and the rest of it is Time Trapper just beating the crap out of him.
Yeah.
Okay, but we got to talk about the Duo Damsel thing here.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, poor Duo Damsel, the person who can split in two is one of the conspirators. What is she supposed to be doing? And he even taunts her with that, right? And you, Duo Damsel, have you anything to say? You killed my first love, and I never even told him how I felt. Love? How ephemeral. But then, you know, she's trapped by him and tries to get out of it by dividing or duplicating. And she loses yet another body. And this is my one complaint about this issue is that, yes, all of the Legionnaires, all these Legionnaires here at the end of time, they're taking a beating. Brainy probably the least of all out of the four. But none of them die. Yeah, Mon-El looks like he's close to death in the end. There may be some, damage that we don't know about with some of the others. But it's Duo Damsel who is the easy way out of that by having one of her bodies destroyed, one more of her bodies destroyed. So she's already suffered by a Brainy created villain in Computo all those years ago. And she's gotten through it. And now she has to suffer this. And I would forgive that easy way out if we got something with her down the road. I do know that, she suffers after this. We see her suffering from this tragedy. But beyond that, I don't believe that there's anything else before the end of this series. So it feels very hollow, this loss. I mean, obviously not to her. Yeah. But, kill Mon-El. He's the Ursat's Superboy in this particular story. He's there because of his relationship with Superboy. And this probably goes to your earlier point about this is a perfect time to bring up that whole aspect of why they're even there in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, most of them. Brainy is more about you killed my dreams about time travel. But, and so, to me, thematically, it makes more sense to kill Mon-El instead. So I have a problem. In other words, I have a problem with Duo Damsel being the one who ends up getting murdered.
Yeah. Like you said, it's the easy It's the easy way. And who knows if maybe there was a decision to maybe kill one of the other ones. And, they argued about it and said, no, let's just do this. It's classic Legion death.
I get, yeah. If Duo Damsel is your punching bag I just wish we could have gotten more. And I've said this before, especially with her being revealed as a conspirator. I would have loved to have seen more how she, more than just. I don't buy her motive that I had a crush on Superboy, therefore I want to help kill you. That's never sat well with me. So I just wanted more from Levitz about this character and what she's going through.
I'm going to jump to 24, 25, before the Ron Vidar stuff.
That's where I am too.
Okay. He just put the smackdown on Mon-El. Feel entropy reaching for you, Mon-El, the force that pulls the universe apart atom by atom, sapping its energy, its cohesion, its very existence, and it is coming to tear your supposedly invulnerable body into shattered molecules of organic dust. And he sends this white energy towards him, and I went, oh, crisis.
Yeah.
Not that it's an antimatter wall, but it's very similar.
Could you imagine if they had done that back then? Time Trapper was the big bad of the crisis. I mean, given that the wall of antimatter was going through all time and space, or I should have said all space and time.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
It's just hard post-crisis to see imagery like that and not.
Right.
This was a moment I didn't remember. So when I turned the page and I saw this, I was like, oh, ooh, I like that.
Well, but as an artist, how do you depict entropy without, resorting to some sort of iconography of the sand thing, the what do you call those damn things? The sand, where you put sand in it and it.
The hourglass.
Hourglass. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like, duh. All right. But I mean, what do you, besides take away the whole antimatter crisis look of it? How does that depiction of entropy, what does that do for you?
It makes sense. I mean, entropy is, I remember, to speak about Doomsday again, the end of that Hunter Prey 3-issue series where they do send Doomsday to the end of time. And it's like him falling into like white, like there's just nothingness, Yeah. So, if you want to think about it in the way in the DC universe, it starts there's nothing, there's just black. And then there's a small little white light that, pokes through the darkness. Doesn't it make sense that at the end that it should be white? It goes back to white,
Yeah.
So
I think that's exactly correct, right? Because, just in terms of colors, black is, you learn about, you're told early on, black is all colors, white is the absence of color, right? So it's that, I think it's that very easy to grasp idea of what white versus black is that lends itself to this use of the color white for nothingness.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, and it's not the last time we talk about some DC cosmology in this issue either.
Are you referring to Green Lantern?
One more.
Okay.
One more thing after that.
Okay.
Yeah. 26, 27. Yes, the reveal. Now. Oh, and then that fantastic double page Kirby spread of 28 and 29 of the universe. That's just amazing. I really wish I could have a moment of like, oh, he's a Green Lantern. What? Because I don't know what that's like. I don't even think when I read it initially, I probably already knew he was Green Lantern because this was a back issue purchase. I wasn't getting this at this point. I wasn't getting it off the rack because I was out of comics by this time in '88 after the millennium. So, yeah, but what a great, just so awesome. Rond is Green Lantern. Some of the letter writers were like, what? That doesn't make sense. I'm like, are you kidding me? It makes perfect sense. His dad was a Green Lantern.
Right? Like, well, and they also, this is where they truly codify the fact that his dad was a Green Lantern, because before it was intimated, or it was suggested. I mean, obviously to us, the readers, that was clearly what was shown, but they've solidified it here by his mentioning his father.
Yeah. And Brainy says, Universo was a renegade Green Lantern.
And I love how Brainy, in the moment, he's just seen one of his co-conspirators, his longtime teammate, one of her bodies be destroyed. Another one is catatonic, and another has been, is this a point where, Mon-El has just been beat to hell and is about ready to be destroyed himself. And he's like, he's got this slight smile on his face. He's like, I'm so clever. I figured this. Of course, this makes sense. It's just so brainy. But the way, I don't know, the way that it's shown here, I don't judge him. I mean, other than the little bit that I do, I'm not against Brainy in this moment. It's just a cute little moment of Brainiac 5 being the brainiest of all in this one panel. So I just dig the characterization.
Oh, and you said Mon-El actually does get another hit on Time Trapper here, where he sends him into the sun.
Oh yes,
and then throws that. That's Crisis, man. That's exactly what Superman of Earth 2 did. He grabbed Anti-Monitor, threw him into the sun, threw him into an asteroid, and then dropped another asteroid onto him.
In fact, I said that wrong in the synopsis. I misread this scene. Huh.
You can see in the first panel on 30, he just rams him and then sends him into the sun. Yeah. Not that it works.
Yeah, because then on 31, that big panel at the top is like, he gets smacked by, well, it's Time Trapper's entropy power, right? Because it's that same white with the blue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's where he's like,
that's it. He's out.
All fight. Yeah. He's burnt. His skin color is now a shade of red. His costume is burned off of him. And he's barely, it looks like he's barely alive.
Yeah.
And then I think my favorite scene is next.
Okay, take us through it.
So everybody but Brainy is defeated or incapacitated, at least in the moment. And Time Trapper decides he's going to have a little bit more to do with Brainy. It was your arrogance that first tested the power of time, my power. Not tested, Trapper, broke it. I traveled through time. And it's almost more of a, I did do this. It's not a statement of fact. It is very much an emotional, and you could see on his face too, Brainy's angry here. I did this. You didn't allow me. I did it. Time Trapper is being patronizing as ever. As you wish, Brainiac, I can be indulgent. And that's where I quoted in the synopsis about how Brainy said he sought truth and found friendship and love, which even your lies can never take the memory of from me. And then Trapper, the truth is the end. This is the end. And Brainy says, ha. And you get that great splash page
that only Giffen can do.
It's just, you dare. And it fills up those two words, fill up that page on a white background with Brainy stumbling from the power of the words. I mean, you talk about, him emulating Kirby. This evokes so much Kirby to me, and I don't. How do you come up with this stuff to me? I mean, it's so good. Just 2 words on a page and one single image to evoke the power and the emotion of that moment. It's just I can't even comprehend, or I can't at least explain how cool it is.
Yeah, yeah. And if you continue on through page 34, that last panel almost looks like the cover with Galactus above the Fantastic Four during the Galactus trilogy, raining power down on him. I mean, that's why I say Giffen channeling his Kirby in a lot of this stuff. And I love what Time Trapper says here. I am the incarnate promise of its ending, the force that takes each portion of its fading life away. I have been forced to wait an eternity for my power to be unleashed, but here now, this is time, the end of time, and the time of ending. You dare laugh in my presence. Can I contain my anger long enough to envision a punishment horrible enough? Right? Goes back to the whole thing of why doesn't he just kill him? Well, he doesn't want to kill him. He wants to humiliate him. He wants to punish him.
Mm-hmm. You dare laugh in my presence. And that, that is his Achilles heel, right? He, despite all this, the fact, even though he is being presented as an incarnation of nature, he has pride in what he is. And these snot-nosed teenagers have continually thumb their noses at him, especially Brainy. So you may be the end of time and you may be the incarnation of entropy, but you still have the base human response to certain stimuli, right? Yeah. So which makes him an interesting villain, because he's not just a force of nature. You can't. How do you deal with a force of nature? You can't.
What did I say about this issue? I just had a revelation. What did I say about this issue early on in the initial thoughts, where I said it's a chapter 5 and it's a chapter 1?
Mm-hmm.
Time Trapper, page 35, says to Brainy, "You are far too late to beg for mercy." Brainy says, "There is another theory of the universe, one that hypothesizes a perpetual, unending universe in which time itself is infinite, folding back upon itself in endless cycles, and each end may simply be a new beginning." Thank you, Paul Levitz. That was my point.
Yes. And Time Trapper hesitates. You insolent little. He now knows what's coming. And we get that great, I almost wish it was a splash page of the infinite man coming back and looking fabulous. Yeah. I have to say that it's just so good.
I am the sum of all that was and that will be. I have seen stars born and galaxies collapse upon themselves. I have been at the beginning and the ending again and again and again, because that's part of his origin story. He had to cycle through for what do they say, like 1 million times or something in the original thing, I think. I am infinite, little one. Then they do the whole kaiju thing. The one grows and the other one grows. And
it's also very much a school ground fight between two kids hurling insults at each other.
Yeah. I don't know if necessarily I think that the Infinite Man is on the level as Time Trapper. Obviously he is, because he fights him here, but we talked about in the Crisis issue that he was another one that could wipe out everybody if he just stopped with the theatrics, right? So I mean, he's still of a human mind, so that's but at least here, and especially the way Giffen draws it, and the way that there's all that little history stuff that's like just in the background whenever the Infinite Man uses his powers, like you see flashes of the Infinite, basically. This is such a great sequence, and all the way through to page 40, and makes sense, and it's like, you know, it's two great things. In fact, the entire issue has I said it in the opening pages, with the Legionnaires all getting little bits of dialogue, and some people could read this and probably think, well, it's really just a story about the conspirators, but it's not. It's about almost the entire volume to date, or the entire Legion history to date, because you get so many callbacks, so many Legion mythos things. First of all, like the Ron being a GL in the 30th century, that's a Legion mythos thing, you know. Infinite Man, Time Trapper. The death of Duo Damsel is just, as you said, a callback to Computo. You had the Sun Eater reference, as you mentioned. You could see this as a connection to Legionnaires 3. You can see, well, it is a connection to Cosmic Boy. It's a connection to the Superboy death. It's a callback to the Infinite Man issue. And I mean, there's the Pocket Universe is mentioned, you know, like you can't write this issue without going backwards and going, oh, what are the things that we talked about? So Time Trapper versus the Infinite Man. That's great. I think it's like, it's a loose end. Like Paul, oh my God, Paul Levitt's actually tied a loose end. Take that, Chris Claremont.
Well, and like I said before, if this had been Paul's ending on the series, what a great way, you know, all things come to an end, and yet they are reborn and recycled again. This is the epitome of superhero comic books right here in one little 43-page shot.
Yeah.
And I love the things that they're saying to each other. Like on page 37, feel what true power can do, mortal. I am not bound by the limits of finite time, O incarnation of decay. And there's more, I think here. Oh, you boastful one, and all this stuff. It's like, I tend to think of that kind of wording in Marvel Comics by Stan Lee, right? Accompanied by those brilliant Kirby drawings. But it's perfect. And normally I'd read that kind of stuff and go, come on, guys, that's a little much, but makes a lot of sense.
This is where that other little bit of DC lore comes in on page 38, where the Infinite Man is trying to pull the Time Trapper to the beginning of time. And Ron says, the beginning of time, but the Guardians warned us that was never to be seen. It's the original Krona experiment that created in the DC Comics universe, the antimatter universe and evil and you know, whatever else it released. So that was kind of cool, especially because, again, that was something that we just sort of came across in the Crisis. This is very much a kind of like the battle that the Spectre and Anti-Monitor had at the beginning of time. It's almost the same thing, with just the struggle of the two of them trying to gain power. That was at the beginning of time. This is at the end of time. So it's like a nice little counterpoint there. Wow, I never made that connection before.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. My little Crisis Kid heart is fluttering.
Well, after Ron says that, Brainy responds, as far as not to be the beginning of time, not to be seen. He says, not by us, but I can't think of any place I'd rather see the Time Trapper go than somewhere that completely contradicts his very existence. And yet, a little nitpick on my part, you know, he talks about the theories of time and existence before, but here he's talking about it as if it's all fact. And I suppose both are fact. There is an end of time, and there is an infinite amount of time. You know, that it's a contradiction that just is in this universe.
And then they're just sent back through, it looks like, the time trapper, but it's almost like all that energy that he used up, it's being absorbed into him, the end of time. And there's that whole whiteness again, right? The whole white page of nothingness.
And his scream that echoes through those panels until everything winks out at the very bottom right corner.
They return home. Look at that. Saturn Girl's messed up. Mon-El's messed up. Duo Damsel messed up.
I'm so surprised at how, because we see Saturn Girl has some of her hair burnt off. Looks like she has whatever degree burns on her skin, and yet she's just talking like, normal. Whereas Mon-El is moaning in pain.
He's out. He is out.
But yeah, this was where I had a problem with the way how cavalier Saturn Girl is about this whole situation. Only 4.5 of us returned alive, but it's worth it if we really destroyed the trapper. I don't, maybe you should talk to your friend who's collapsed unconscious on the floor there.
You made the oath, man.
Oh, come on.
That's what the oath was. The oath was we do this. So if we have to die to make it happen.
Yeah, I know it's really easy for someone who isn't dead to say something like that.
I mean, we don't, Saturn Girl could be without her powers. We don't know that. Well, I mean, we do know that, but you know what I mean? Like,
but the fact that the way she is portrayed here suggests that everything's fine with her, other than she has some cosmetic damage to her, right? I just again,
you can't be too dark, like
you're right.
If they were wailing in pain or in grief, like their goal was to get rid of the time trapper, was to take revenge. And this, again, I said earlier, was where I wish they would have done a little bit more Superboy stuff. You know what I mean? Like, because then they could even have said things like, okay, we did it. We don't know if maybe that's the way Superboy would have wanted us to do it, especially given the sacrifices. But we did it, at least that's acknowledging what has happened around them. If they said, go ahead.
No, you finish your thought.
Oh, I was, if they just acknowledged that there was some loss,
Yeah. What would Superboy have said about this?
He would not have wanted them to do this.
Yeah.
Not the Silver Age pre-crisis Superboy now.
Yeah. Well, we even saw in 38 that he pushed everybody out so that he could stay and close that portal or rift or whatever it was. He's okay with sacrificing himself, but there's no way that he's going to allow anybody else to do so. So yeah, I agree. He wouldn't want this. And so what does that say about what they're doing? Yeah. And is that, I doubt it. I'm sure they're not going to discuss this amongst themselves.
Right. Well, but I mean, they always say Time Trapper took the best of us. So they're already acknowledging that they know that he wouldn't have probably liked, but doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to them. They need to do something about.
Right. This. Right. Yeah. You're right. Cause if he's the best of us, he wouldn't want, he wouldn't want that, but they're doing it anyway. So therefore they have some personal growth to achieve.
Yeah. And then it ends with the 2 pages that we talked about, and
I misread.
Yeah.
But oh well. But the fact that
everything did go to white, and yet here we are at the end of time again.
Uh-huh.
So it's like everything is cyclical, right? Like it's what I said about the short story. If they go back to the beginning of time to end him, time still has to go, and eventually we're just going to get another end of time, and there's the cloak, and in the next volume someone has to fill that cloak. Someone has to be the last person at the end of time. You could make that. You could say that that's kind of what that's suggesting. It may not be the time trapper as we know it, but somebody has to be the last person.
Oh, now I want to go read that build up to that reveal to see how it is explained. Because I do remember. Do we want to? No, we don't want to say it, do we? We don't want to cross the streams.
It's too far.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, but
we
that's
know about it. We can talk about it off mic.
That's an interesting idea, though. If Giffen extrapolated what they did here, what you are talking about in terms of beginning again, we have another ending. Who steps into that role down the road? If he had something to do with that, oh my God, that is awesome.
Yeah. Well,
even if I don't necessarily like what they did, but that's beside the point. We'll discuss it in 15 years.
Yeah. Who steps in but Doomsday?
That's right. Because that's the only thing that counts is what's in the comics right now.
Right now. Yeah. Yep.
But what do you but to go back to this though, and I acknowledge I did not interpret this correctly, but his cloak is there. Why is his cloak there? If he is gone, if he is destroyed, why is his cloak there? What does that mean?
Symbolism.
Well, but I mean,
artistic license.
that's for sure. But it's just like, well, because I take it he's not really gone. Doesn't matter what has been said and what we can extrapolate from what taking him to the beginning of time would do. But this tells me Time Trapper's not really gone. He may be changed, just like you can't really destroy something. It changes. Mm-hmm. If you destroy matter, there's energy released. If you try to destroy energy, it changes into something else. That's just a law of nature, right? Granted, comics, whatever. But to me, there's a change, a coming. And we won't see that, I don't think, in this volume. It comes down much further down the road, but
right.
But that still works too, right? Even if it's not this Time Trapper that we've seen in this issue, it's going to be something else.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love that. I think that's a great. Again, it encapsulates what a superhero comic book does really well, which is characters come and go, characters are reinterpreted, revisioned, and revised, retconned, all that stuff, right? And we just go along with it. Mm-hmm. Whether we like it or not, it is what it is. But I think that really works here. This is a really, again, going back to what you said at the beginning, this is a really good chapter 1 too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Chapter 1 also.
Any last thoughts to that issue?
Not about the particular issue, but I think you said this earlier too, but I'm so excited to see what comes next. Again, I think I can't remember now if I actually got this issue when it was released originally, because I knew it was, issue 50. I knew Giffen, probably knew Giffen was back. But I also know the issues after that, for a little bit, I had to buy in back issues.
Right.
And so I still haven't read some of what's coming, of the next 13. But I definitely came back for the ending for the Magic Wars.
Okay.
So of the is that a 4-parter or a 5-parter? Do you know? 4?
I think it's 4.
I think it's a 4. Yeah. So of the 9, did I do the math right? Of the 9 issues between this and the end there, I'm not really sure what's going on. Other than the ending, of course, not the ending, but the declaration that next issue is, what did it say? The trial? Yeah, the trial of Brainiac 5, which I could tell you already I'm not going to like.
Oh.
I'm sure, because it's my favorite character. He's going to be on trial. What? Why is he going to be on trial? There were 3 others. Well, I guess technically 4 others.
Wow.
Anyway,
we got to read it and find out.
Yeah, I love this issue. If you can't tell by my effusive commentary, I love this issue. This was probably the highlight of the last bunch of stuff that we've read. Maybe even since the Death of Superboy, number 38. but I'd have to look at all the issues. You would think I would be able to remember particular issues, but no, I don't.
I mean, it really, having read the previous 4 chapters, I said it earlier, it's just a different book. I can't even imagine going from chapter 4 to chapter 5. If if you didn't know Giffen was coming in and you're like, oh my God, if only, but we can't play that game,
Right.
Yeah,
do you know, does he stay on for the final 13? With no fill-ins?
Oh, that I don't know, but, yeah, I mean, he's on most of the issues. I think there might be 1 or 2 that he's not.
And we have that and 1 more annual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. For this volume. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But we're back. We're back, baby. Back and stronger than ever.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, we have, there are going to be some plans. Like this is the big episode 50. This will be, the wrap up of the conspiracy story. I do know we're going to do some Tales episodes after this. We want to wrap up the Supergirl saga, and we want to do Tales on some current Legion stuff, possibly.
Well, that answers one of the questions that Jim sent us in his email.
Okay.
So, are you planning? This is Jim from, do you mind if I do this now?
Mm-hmm, sure.
This is Jim from the Long Live the Legion podcast with his other host, Jay. Anyway, he had written in about Legion of Superheroes number 49, our last episode, and asked if we were planning on moving on to volume 4. And so the immediate answer is we're going to do some Tales episodes.
Yeah, I have some plans. My little producer hat always stays on, and I mean we have a while to go yet before this volume is done. We want to do some Tales episodes in the middle. Like it'd be nice to take a break, right now to do at least 2 Tales. And we have some plans about other Tales things. I don't want to quite rush to the ending, but of this volume. And then, yes, we have talked a little bit. I don't know if you remember, but we did talk a little bit about what I envision beyond the Baxter run. But
right, yep,
it's still so far off. Like,
yes,
let's just get through what we need to get through.
I'm figuring 2 more years.
Well, my hope, our promo said by the 10th anniversary we should be done.
That's right.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
Also, there's another question, and maybe you can answer this or not, Peter, at this time. Would you consider reviewing the loose leaf Who's Who entries?
Oh, sure. I mean, again, it has to
fit with the timeline, right?
Yeah,
that we would do. Yeah, whatever that is.
There's a lot yet still to happen. 2 of our tales are going to focus on the Wanderers. We decided to do the Wanderers outside of the normal episode. So we'll probably do like 6 issues and 6 or whatever the breakdown is. I forget how many issues it is, that's on the horizon. How are we going to handle Legion, the acronym Legion, because that's coming up. Invasion is coming up. If we want to
gosh. Yeah.
We want to be a Legion centric podcast in sort of publishing order. There's a lot of things yet that we still have to get through. So, that loose leaf is early 9. We're not there. We're not there yet. Again, we're still in this is only May of 88. We got ways to go.
To finish off with his email, he says, your breakdown of issue 49 was great. I especially appreciated Peter's raising the idea of the conspirators doing whatever it takes to not necessarily mean we're going to kill the time trapper, which I had assumed since I first read the book. It's a refreshing way of looking at a potentially problematic situation. Like Batman in Batman Begins, not that I agree with this even in the context of Batman, he says, I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you. Thanks for the great work.
So I'm looking at my, I have a list of every comic purchase that goes all the way back to 1985 or 86. And March of 1992, amongst other things, I bought a whole bunch of Legion Baxter back issues, including issues 40, 41, 46, 47, 49, 51, and 56. I was trying to find where I bought issue 50, but I haven't found that yet. So, yeah, my comic break happened between the years of 88 and 91. So, and I'm sure I talked about on one of our episodes or the episode we did on your podcast, the Long Box Review about the Legion. It was the 5 years later that brought me back. It was like the Venado Bay issue and the Dark Circle issue and the moon crashing to Earth issue, like 17, 18, 19, around there. So I had to get from Millennium until there. I had to buy all those back issues, so it took a while. We have some other emails as well. This is from June. I want to thank Peter and Eric for the Legion podcast. I recently ran a trip from South Dakota to southern Missouri. It was a 10-hour ride, but it flew by due to a good chunk of the time spent with you guys. It was enjoyable and may have even won over my wife, who listened in due to her crocheting and passively listening. My daughter was busy with downloading books on audio and only listens to Meanwhile podcast at breakfast on weekends. Please talk more about Invisible Kid. Lyle Norg is always around and just ignored by the rest. Long live the Legion, Sarge.
I adore Sarge.
And then Tim from August of this year. Hello, gents. I'm not sure how I went from looking for a Legion podcast to finding several, but avoiding that one with ridiculously long episodes.
Who could he possibly be talking about?
To giving the Legion Project podcast a try, to thinking, is that episode over already? To being caught up and eagerly anticipating the podcast for issue 50, but here we are.
Yeah.
Wow. We win them over with our endless conversations.
Our sparkling personalities.
Yeah. I've greatly appreciated the podcast, and a large part of that is touching on other Legion appearances for the month and the Tales episodes. That said, I did want to offer a suggestion as to how to cover the Wanderer series in a blanket of fire.
He's not wrong.
Probably after removing the Lytle covers. Keep up the awesome work. I look forward to your coverage of the next 14 issues over the next 52 years. 52,
yes. Oh, that's awesome.
I feel your pain, Tim. When I see a podcast that has that long of an episode, I'm always like, ugh. But we didn't start out that way. Like, it was sort of like a gradual progression. It didn't take long until we started being lengthy, but
it was pretty soon after.
Yeah. So, hey, I love it though. I love it. And again, apologize that this episode has taken so long to come out, but
yeah. Well, and
I hope it's worth it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to have to be worth it because, man, so long, and it's going to be a long episode too.
Yeah. But I think we can.
Although I should have said that more at the beginning of it.
I think we could probably go through this next part fairly quickly, though, because I don't have much. So this is the part where, as Tim said, we go through and we look at.
You're talking about the other issues?
Yeah.
Can we punctuate though issue 50 with reaction?
Oh, sure. So
since we had feedback from listeners, we probably should have done this the other way around, but that's okay. Because I found that I always find this interesting, what people who wrote in at the time, what they said about this. Right. So I have a few excerpts. If I miss anything that you want to point out, Peter, please jump in. Most people applauded Keith's return as well they should. Though Joel, it must be Joel. It's spelled Jol. Joel from Maryland threatened to quit the book if the art didn't improve. What the F, Joel? Barry from Maryland also liked the costume and hairstyle changes, as we discussed. People seem to like the resolution of the conspirators' fight with Time Trapper, with Fred from Michigan dissenting because of the Deus Ex Machina approach. I suppose, but it really, to me, that's not Deus Ex Machina. That is a planned strategy.
Right.
It did seem to come out of nowhere, but I'll give it a pass. A few people loathed the treatment of Duo Damsel, as I did. Jim from New York suggested Shadowlass instead, although I'm not sure why. Mark from Wisconsin suggested a new power set for Duo Damsel, Luornu, or a reveal that she really isn't from Karg. That's a little too much retconning for my taste. Charlie from Arizona thought the Time Trapper was now at the beginning of time, and this created a bunch of paradoxes, which I'm sure, Peter, you could start conjuring up some interesting things about that if that's the case. And then finally, Rex Joyner, frequent letter writer, told Paul he should just retire now because, quote, "You're never going to top this." Interesting.
Well, and look at what Paul Levitt says. He said, we're going to try one more time. And if that one works, it's the old writer's farm for this workhorse. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
So another nod that, yeah, he's done soon. Okay. So, who's who? Yes.
Yes.
All right. That's all we're really going to talk about. We're going to talk about, we have no other issues to talk about. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about the Legion appearances in Who's Who, the update from 88. And we're also going to talk about Who's Who in the Legion of Superheroes, number 5. And the entries in Who's Who in issue number 2, the update of number 2. We're going to talk about Mordru and maybe a little bit about Lords of Chaos and Lords of Order and maybe the Manhunters, but really Mordru was the one that was the big Legion connection in that issue. So take us through. What did you learn from this new updated Mordru origin entry, if anything at all?
No, I mean, the interesting thing, and this is by DeCarlo and Wilson, is the comparison between the old entry and this entry.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise it's pretty much the same. The histories are basically the same. And it's so minor, but he's listed as a wizard in this update, and in the other he's listed as a sorcerer. Whatever the hell difference that makes in the DCU cosmology. And I really like Kyle Baker's drawing of Mordru in the other Who's Who, comparatively.
I mean, I guess the biggest is the addition of all the amethyst stuff is really the whole reason.
Yeah, updating it to include that. Yeah,
which is the miniseries that we read way back. Yeah, I didn't take much from this.
Yeah.
Mordru began a galaxy-wide reign of terror until such time as he was defeated by the Legion of Superheroes in a battle, the details of which have never been revealed.
Right, yeah.
Which I think to this day have still never been revealed, I think.
Mm-hmm. What if Keith were still around? How awesome would that be to for him and Paul to get together and tell that tale?
Yeah. Not to say that it hasn't been, maybe it has been. I don't know. I haven't read every Legion comic after this, but
then after that, it's a completely different concept. Or okay. It's not, I shouldn't say that. It's a revisioning of or new vision of what the Legion is.
But they could always, they were, there was,
yeah, that's true.
There was that Silver Age 5th week event, the Convergence. They could have told it somewhere where it didn't matter if the continuity,
the
aspect,
you're right.
Some anthology.
Yeah.
Mike Allred could have gotten his hands on it. With the Lords of Order, the only thing I really took out of that is, okay, so they talked about, and this was a big thing for the 80s, right? Like the very concepts of the Lords of Order and Chaos, I'm assuming it's a Keith Giffen creation. I can't remember. I think it was, or whoever was his writer during the Dr. Fate backups in the Flash. The DC was messing around with this concept just being pervasive throughout the DC universe. It was in Amethyst, as it says in this entry. It's in Dr. Fate, obviously. It's in Eclipso. He's now a Lord of Chaos. Phantom Stranger is working with the Lords of Order. Power Girl has, some tangential connection to it. But I like this whole thing about, okay, there are 4 cycles, 4 ages. And if the first age is, and it's all based on, as they say here, according to Indian philosophy, if the first age is all about order, during the second age, chaos begins to spread its influence. In the third age, chaos is making war on order. And on the fourth age, chaos is just triumphed, right? And the crisis, it says here, the crisis apparently marks the beginning of the final age, the Kali Yuga. And if you think about like DC from the 80s until Infinite Crisis, it's roughly like 20 years, right? Like that whole thing being Infinite Crisis' whole point was that was a dark age. Almost like that is chaos. Like it's exactly right. From like the 80s to the 2000s, that was the chaos. What came out after Infinite Crisis, right? Eventually we got to Brightest Day, Order, right? Hawk and Dove, they got wrapped up into the whole Lords and Order, Order and Chaos, So in a very meta kind of way, you could almost make that make sense within the DC universe.
That's a very good observation. Yeah. I found it interesting though, that they really focused on those 4 ages, the Indian philosophy, as opposed to say Egyptian mythology, because at least in my mind, I mostly associate the Lords of Order and Chaos with Naboo and Dr. Fate, and and how their ties to the Egyptian history and culture. Right. So I mean, they don't need to be ascribed to a particular moment of history or people, but I just found it interesting within the realm of the DC universe, at least at this time, they really were promoting that viewpoint of the Lords of Order and Chaos. And a very, this is by K.S. Wilson, the art, very Giffen-esque.
Yeah.
In this, and because I was unfamiliar with who K.S. Wilson is, he made his DC debut only a few months earlier with Young All-Stars number 10, and then left comics in the mid-90s. So small run on DC Comics, at least.
And then the Manhunters entry, I mean, I only picked that. Art by Howard Simpson and Arna Starr. They have a 1-paragraph mention of Laurel Kent. Again, another story we read. I wasn't sure how much information they would actually have on that, but not a lot.
Yeah. Laurel Kent, who will be destroyed in the 30th century. And I just found it interesting. They didn't indicate she destroyed herself instead.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is written from the present time of the time that this was released. So They wouldn't know that.
Yeah. And that takes care of Who's Who update number 88, number 2. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then for Legion of Superheroes, Who's Who in the Legion of Superheroes number 5, we have the entries. We could also talk about the opening story if we care to. You chose Phantom Girl, Proty 2, and the Science Police. Which one do you want to? Where do you want to go to first?
Let's go to Phantom Girl, your favorite, one of your favorites.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, what did and she's also the host of the first part of the issue, as well. So that makes a lot of sense. I think maybe that's why I chose her. Plus, you like her so much. So what do you think about this entry by Giffen and Smith?
I think she looks great. Like, this is the new updated look. I don't know exactly when we see it in the issues themselves. Maybe next issue 51. I don't know. But I always liked this version of her, even though it's kind of totally against what she usually wears, like the bell bottoms and the seat. Like, every now and then you see skin, and this is like her just totally covered up. But there's just something very cute and endearing about it.
Yeah.
And very 80s, the little, that little jackety coverage thing, whatever that is. All these entries in the Who's Who for the Legion, I just like because they kind of go a little bit deeper into like personality traits and tropes and things, and how she was interested ever since she heard about Earth. She was attracted to the Legion because of, of adventure, that she's she began the longest consecutive membership of any Legionnaire, which, when you go against her and Triplicate Girl, you're always like, well, who was first? And I guess they're saying she was,
Yep.
At least in this iteration.
Yeah. And, that going back to what we said before about, or what you said before about, Dawnstar and her clashing a little bit, right? The fact that she's the most tenured Legionnaire, she should have some cachet within the team, and maybe she should take advantage of that in some ways, right?
Yeah. She never does. She's just happy to be Ultra Boy's girlfriend.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I've been two-timing on you, Peter, listening to other folks talk about Legion, and they're talking about stuff that's coming up in our reading future, with the Legionnaires book and that time period within the Legion of Superheroes book after the reboot series,
right?
And I don't like what they're saying about Phantom Girl at that time, so I haven't read it yet. But I'm not looking forward to reading some of these things that I'm hearing.
Nobody told you to read the reboot stuff.
I got to though. It's like it's a big blind spot for me.
Oh, there's a reason why, maybe.
The one thing I was thinking about in terms of her entry too is like, what does hand-to-hand combat? What does that mean when you become immaterial? And how could they show that interestingly?
Kitty Pryde.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But
she was great at it.
They should do that more with her.
Yeah.
I think she's another one where I think, how Levitz was elevating some of the female characters that we talked about in the preamble, like, Ayla and Vi, right? So she is another one. And I've always said duo damsel too, but Phantom Girl, especially because of her tenure, it's like she deserves some focus. So,
well, that's why they get that's why they put her in Legion, sort of.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes.
Proty 2.
Mm-hmm.
Anything about Proty 2?
So Proty 2 first appeared only 8 issues after Proty 1 died. I thought that was just a little tidbit there. Their mental processes advanced when mimicking other life forms. because I think that's a new thing, maybe from this entry, right? We've not seen that on page, right?
Mm.
Maybe not explicitly, but it is intimated with like the Protean rights movement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with Proty 2 being presumably a leader of it, because we see him talking to RJ Brand or being in his company, which that's another one of those things that, you know, you mentioned how Paul actually tied up a loose end earlier. And the first thing I thought of was that the whole Protean rights movement that we haven't gotten back to yet. So, and I don't think we will, but
yeah.
Anything from you?
Not really. I mean, it's like one of those that they, like you said, it's like, are they ever really going to get back to it? I mean, they kind of do later, but it's like, you know, it's such an odd part of Legion history, you know.
And I want to make note too, the inside cover of this, drawn by Mark Waid, editor Mark Waid. I think. Does he say you drew that, or am I just like crazy? He says, we leave you with drawings that didn't quite make it. And we see Proty 1 holding that device that was supposed to, or did bring the electrical, or the lightning strikes that ended up killing Proty 1. We see Proty 2, and then we see Proty dead after the lightning strike. It's like, ooh.
That's terrible. And then the Science Police.
Yeah, by Colleen Duran.
Yeah.
Let's see. There was I should have looked at this beer. It provides a good enough explanation for why it's Science Police, besides just being a futuristic sounding name. I don't know. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I want to say, I can't. There's like hints of the Science Police in one of the Superman books, but I can't remember if it's like pre-crisis or during the 2000s, or they like kind of showed up in present day, like the early formation of it. And I can't remember where that is, but yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Okay. It talks about Earth being the most densely populated United planet. And boy, did you mentioned this in the scenes there in issue 50, where we see Metropolis. And I actually think there was an entry in the Encyclopedia Galactica or something in that scene, right? So it's like, what is it, most densely populated, and the number of criminal incidents is nearly double the next most hazardous planet. So why would you stay on Earth? It's like why would you live in Gotham City?
Right.
And you know, we see a lot of crime happening on Earth, but the Legion handles it very easily. Although the Science Police are kind of, I don't know, they've always been kind of shown as inept, even though there are some characters we like, right? You know, you have your favorite, and there's Siobhan and whatnot. So
Gigi Cuisinart.
Gigi, yes. Labyrinth and Daxam assignments are considered the most boring. It's like, what? That's an interesting little detail to include. Just wait until Darkseid shows up again.
Yeah. That's another part of Legion lore, right? You need Zendak, you need Gigi and Siobhan and Devron, and you need them as background characters and supporting characters, and you know, they're never going to reach the level of Commissioner Gordon, but you know. It makes the Legionnaires look good because the Science Police are so, you know, inept.
Right.
What do you think of the opening story? The whole tour through the headquarters.
The headquarters. I like seeing. So we get to see the other end of that entrance. So we've seen a few times at least where people go up into the Legion HQ, but we actually get to see the reporter character come up into that. And it's just like this nice little foyer area. Or I guess they call it the green room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's where Phantom Girl shows her around. But of course, the cherry on top of this is the 2-page spread of the schematic of the Legion headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen this before, though, because we talked about this, right?
In Who's Who.
Yeah.
First volume.
The other, yes. Okay. And I didn't check. Is there anything different about this one?
Oh, I didn't really check. I can't imagine. I mean, it feels all pretty much right, where Brainy's lab is and the main meeting hall, the mission monitor board, the notion of the top being a ship, the storage units, the quarters. I mean, I love this. I love this headquarters. I mean, I always felt like it just never, I don't know. We need more stories about it and more stories with it. And just, there's so much you can do with it.
Mm-hmm. This, I don't remember if I said this the last time we talked about the Legion headquarters, but I took this design, and when I used to write my own superhero characters in prose form, but I designed their headquarters, and it looked a lot like the Legion headquarters. So, and I even have floor by floor schematics of that headquarters. So,
wow.
which I actually based on not this Who's Who, but the DC, what do they call it? DC Heroes. Role playing game. Yeah. They had one of the source books had their HQ in it, and I modeled everything off after that. So they did have. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say this is all drawn by, first of all, Chuck Austin.
Mm-hmm.
The Chuck Austin, writer Chuck Austin, I guess. Jim Sanders and Keith Giffen. So I have to imagine the Keith Giffen one is the actual schematic. They probably just repurposed it from the Magpie issue, or no, that wasn't Keith Giffen. That was Dan Jurgens. I don't know. Oh, yeah.
The other thing about this, before we leave this area of the issue, is the trophy room panel was made into a contest to identify how many things. Well, where is that? Oh, yeah, on the next page.
Right.
So I did not know everything on there, for sure. But in the letter column to issue 55, they announced that Andrew from Michigan won it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In my notes, I only knew 2 of the items for certain and thought I recognized another. How did you do on that?
I didn't really take a crack at it. I mean, the luck, is that the Luck Lord icon thing in the back with the eye? Is that from one of the Luck Lords issues?
Maybe. Yeah, that makes sense.
And is that Starfinger's helmet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All the rest, I know it. I sort of vaguely recognize the big giant hand thing, but I can't remember from where.
I think it was in one of the stories that we referenced.
Yeah, like one of those weird random, it was like some big knight or some giant swatting hand. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I mean, the one thing looks like a bong. The red little circle thing looks like a bong. So
that wouldn't be I should have looked up what they were.
By the way,
I did not.
I did look up the Who's Who Legion of Superheroes it is the same image, and that was
is it?
Yeah,
okay,
it's the same exact thing. So they just swapped it over.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes sense. They already had it done. They already paid for it once.
Yeah.
They showed Saturn Queen in the Hall of Heroes. I thought that was nice that they included her, even though she technically wasn't.
Mentala?
Oh, sorry. Mentala, yes.
Yeah.
Do you recognize who the character on the far left is, to the left of Chemical King?
Isn't that Reflecto?
Is it?
Like that they usually...
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the belt that he would kind of.
Okay. And according to the schematic that we see, and then you follow them throughout their tour, Phantom Girl led the host up to the trophy room, then down to the Hall of Heroes, then up and then down again. It's like, what kind of tour is this? This is weird. Another question I had about this was, they included some of the subs and dead members icons in the mission board that is shown here.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they do that? That seems a little macabre, but
that looks like another image they just
exactly, yeah,
pulled through.
You know, we love the Legion headquarters, but the Legion cruiser, that schematic, that is so boring.
Yeah, it only looks good under certain artists. Steve Lido made it look good.
Mm-hmm.
Greg LaRock did not make it look good, unfortunately.
I mean, I don't mind the overall look of it from the outside. It's just this schematic that they included is just, just boxes with some labels. It's just boring.
Of the Legion of Substitute Heroes special, where they did the rocket ship thing, and it's like wall, door, vent.
Peter, I told you we're not to discuss that special any longer. The last thing I wanted to say about this is that there's some mention about they make movies about Legion adventures.
Yeah.
In this time period, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I made up on the spot. I made up at the time I wrote these notes. I made up a movie title. Would you like to hear what it is?
Sure.
Descent into Darkside. I mean, that was fun. It was fun to see the headquarters in this way, though, to see, as a tour type thing. And we see a little bit more of, we were just talking about wanting to see how Giffen would show the inside the Legion HQ, based on what little we did see of the lab, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is much different than that in terms of how it's presented. But it's still cool. It's always cool to see what's inside our favorite superhero HQs is like.
And one of the ongoing things that just never gets addressed was that it was a new headquarters for them, and they just accepted it and just moved in. And then there were always things that were going wrong. Doors wouldn't open, and people were always talking about this is kind of a weird, but they just never did anything with it. All right. That brings us to our wrap up. Yes.
Oh my God, we're almost done.
We are done. Yeah. We talked about we just want to just wrap up the episode as a way to connect to the preamble. Back then we were celebrating just being in person here for episode 50, but we have passed our 8th anniversary in September. So we have 8 years of the Legion Project podcast. And if you notice the promo or you watch the video on Eric's YouTube feed, we are heading into the last issues of this volume, which could take us to our 10th anniversary, which would be kind of cool. So we already talked about some plans that we have. Definitely some Tales episodes coming up because they're a little bit less homework here, usually. That is a nice little change. One of the things I know Eric wants, you want to talk about the Legion currently. So any we talked about it in the preamble. We had some, but the things have happened since then. Anything you want to touch on here at the end?
Oh boy.
Knowing that we're going to do a Tales episode eventually, so we don't have to go too deep.
No, it's just I have been very excited to see where this whole Omega Legion, or Dark Legion, as I like to call them, how that's all going to play out, especially considering the new Legion book that's coming next year.
Right. Under Joshua Williamson.
Yes. And it makes me think back on conversations. I don't remember if we've talked about it on air or
we talked about it in the preamble a little bit about some stuff.
Right. But I mean, in terms of, what they could do with this new Legion book in relation to the Omega Legion, is they going to be separate concepts? Are they going to be is this going to be a continuation of the Omega Legion in this new book coming out? Just the possibilities of what a new Legion book is that has been thumbs up by Mark Waid himself for Joshua Williamson's concept of it.
Yeah.
And how, it's bringing the best of all legions, or in some fashion or way, whatever. Everybody's supposedly going to be happy about this. I'm sure that's not going to be true, but I'm just, what the hell is it? And are we going to be as disappointed about it, this return, as the last one?
I can't imagine. We were so disappointed in the Bendis one. I can't imagine we're going to not enjoy some parts of it, or at least tolerate it a little more, and I can't imagine it's going to be the Omega Legion. I mean, the Omega Legion are from the absolute universe. That's what they keep saying. My universe, our Superman, so,
right.
And yet they look so much like the Legion that we know. So it's just very awkward. And the future in the current DC universe, we don't even know what's going on with the future. I mean, it's at this point, it's demolished. It's gone.
I mean, we have, there are references, of course, in the Superman stories that's going on featuring the Omega Legion. Just in terms of, there is a Legion that he, as Superboy, joined and had adventures with. And they did go, there was that issue where they travel to the future. There was the War of the Infinite Legions, or whatever they called it. Right.
And we saw several versions.
Yes, that's true.
Several characters, and these were the only ones that were alive, and they were there to hold off the Omega Legion while Superman rescued Booster or something like that, right?
Right. Yeah. And then Superboy Prime
had his
becomes the Superboy of the Legion in that moment, right?
Yeah.
So, oh boy. Yeah. So what is that? Yeah. I'm just very curious and excited, and very much looking forward to this. I'll be buying the issues, at least at first, and see where it goes. Obviously, I'm sure we'll do a Tales on the first 6 issues like we did before, and talk about that then. So I just can't wait. Are you excited about this? Is this something that, are you I'm like sort of cautiously optimistic?
I love the whole Dark Legion stuff because it's so different. I love it. I'm getting all the issues. I'm getting variant covers of them when they appear. I just love the concept of it. It makes sense, that Darkseid is using them as an army. I wish they would focus a little bit more on all of them, not just like the handful that they have. But it'll be curious to see if we get some kind of big battle somewhere, But and then there was a part of me that was like, oh, that could be interesting. Like, some of the greatest Legion stories are when they pull themselves out from the lowest place they could be. Well, what more low could they be than being Darkseid's pawns,
Yes.
We've seen it's no longer Legion of 3 worlds. It's like Legion of 8 worlds now, because we saw in that one shot in one of the Superman books with all the Brainiac 5s, where they had the Omega Legion Brainiac 5 under their sway on a table, and it was the original Brainy and the reboot Brainy and the 3-boot Brainy and the Bendis Sook Brainy, and there were 5 Brainiac 5s on one page. So it's like, wow. How do you bring all those together? Is it going to be a Legion of is it going to be Legion of Superheroes Unlimited? Kind of like what they're doing Justice League. I I don't know. I kind of want them to stop with the whole everything is in play, even though that is sort of DC's mantra right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just give us one to focus on, because it's going to be too confusing for readers, and then they're not going to want to support it. So
yeah, and that's why I think too that they won't continue with the Dark Legion concept, because that's too going too far.
Yeah.
We and that's my beef with just forgive the expression, rebooting the Legion and going back to old concepts.
Yeah.
Maybe they're updated a little bit and whatnot, but so in other words, how is Williamson going to pull this off successfully? That alone is just is such a tantalizing thought.
Yeah, I'm enjoying his comics, Superman, the Energon stuff. He's going to be writing Iron Man.
Oh, right.
I enjoy his work. I don't. The only thing I could sort of think, like, maybe they'll really throw a twist and say, oh, it's a Legion book, but it is set in the Absolute Universe, because the Absolute Universe line is killer. Like, if people don't like it, they don't care, because retailers are selling the heck out of all those titles.
Mm-hmm.
That could be interesting, because then maybe you don't have to deal with continuity. You could just start anew. But is that really what we want? Because Bendis already did that.
Well, given that, I actually would be more interested in an Absolute Legion book.
Oh, okay.
Than a regurgitation of 1980s Legion.
Yeah.
Not that Williamson's doing that guy, because we have no idea, but it seems to me like DC would prefer something along those lines, because that's what people want, supposedly. Yeah. That's what's familiar and easy and safe. So
I don't know what they're going to do.
What would be awesome, if I'm sure there's no way, is that we get a Legion of Superheroes book and an Absolute Legion book too.
Yeah. Like I said, if they did a World's Finest Legion in the DC universe that didn't care about continuity because it took place in the past, but yet it's the future.
I'll read that. Yes.
I'll read that. Great. Give me that. Give me the height of the Legion of Superheroes, and fill in the gaps of stories that we just haven't seen,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh. That's great.
How much you want to bet that's exactly what they're doing?
Maybe.
I think you're onto something here.
I mean, it would be awesome, because then you don't have to worry about continuity. But again, it's like, you still got to give new readers an entryway.
Mm-hmm.
And the Batman Superman World's Finest book is popular. The World's Finest Teen Titans was good. Could they do it again with the Legion of Superheroes? But would it sell? I don't know if it's going to, if they're going to start from ground zero.
I think you could say that about any Legion book that they launch. Will it sell?
I know. So, yeah, I'm not going to be overly excited about it until I actually read it, because we got burned. We got burned with the Bendis stuff.
We got Bendist.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that's partly why I have been reading other Legion books that I have not read yet, is because maybe I totally missed what they were saying, but I got the sense that they might include characters from other versions of the Legion, not just the ones we're talking about now. And so I wanted to get a sense of what that character is like Excess, or who else would there be? Kinetics, yeah. Whatever, or some different version of a character. I don't know, but those are characters I'm aware of, but I've not read those stories, so I kind of wanted to get a little bit under my belt, so to speak, of what those stories are, what those characters are like, and then I have a reference at least, or something to bounce off of when I read them in this, whatever this new version is.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
So, I mean, at least they've accomplished the goal of getting this fan of the Legion excited for the possibilities and reading old product of theirs that I purchased.
Okay. Well, that's good. All right. As we said, we will let you know what our next episode is going to be. It's either going to be the Supergirl stuff, or maybe we'll talk about current Legion. We don't know just yet. We haven't planned it out. But in terms of this 50th anniversary celebration, 50th episode, 50th issue, this has been really awesome and covering pretty much all of 2025. But
yes.
Yeah.
Well, and there's also another celebration involved with this, Peter.
What's that?
Your birthday.
Oh, in an hour and a half. Yeah.
That's right. Happy birthday, Peter.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're the first person to wish me happy birthday. Yeah.
Woo! Winner.
Look at that. Look at that dedication, folks. Doesn't matter when. Podcasting must be done. All right. Any other last words? We should mention that you are in a new space right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like with Keith Giffen coming back. You're in a whole new design of everything. You have a whole new design.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our new home. My wife and I moved, and my new studio. I'm liking it. It's a little messy. Peter can't see the mess. I mean, a little bit, but yeah, I have now recorded a few episodes here, including this one, and I'm enjoying it. I can't wait to get back into here, obviously the Legion project, but I got some plans for some other things coming up in my show, and you've been doing some. You just released at the time of this recording, you've released the Daily Rios, and so
working on a second one. Trying.
Excellent.
Yeah. There's so much to be talked about, and it's a matter of time. It's all time,
Yep.
Yeah.
Not to mention CGS and all the fine stuff that you guys have been doing.
Mm-hmm. And you were just on an episode too, as well. Our latest previews episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That was very much fun. Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah. Well, we won't make any promises because when we do, I tend to kill it quickly. So we'll just say that this was fun and we will
be back.
Continue. Yes.
The next episode will be sometime in 2026.
Okay.
That's all we can say right now.
Okay. Nothing before that? You're too busy?
Yeah. Believe the holidays, man.
You're retired
my wife
now.
I know, but my wife, she wants to do all these things. So
yeah, sure.
I pretty much half of December is already booked up.
I believe it. All right. If you want to give us feedback, please email me at peter@thedailyrios.com.
Or you can email me at longboxreview@gmail.com.
Thank you for listening to this episode. Thank you for being a listener of the Legion Project podcast. We hope you enjoyed this monumental. This probably will be our longest episode to date. This being episode 50. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it is.
I really hope it is.
We're pushing 4 hours. Yeah, definitely. All right. And as always, long live
the Legion Project Podcast.
See you, Eric.
Bye, Peter.